Chapter 1435. Unfortunately, we are not the gods of the Northern Temple. Yun Nuashing and Hui descended from the sky. The two of them responded, and then silently muttered in their hearts. And if your god is that demonic shadow, there is an 80% chance that we will tear him apart. When the scene of the annihilation of the energy appeared in front of them, the expressions of Yao Guang and the rest were as stiff as weathered sculptures. A few of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. This scene had been deeply imprinted in their minds. No matter how much time passed, they could not forget this scene. Yun Nuashing looked up ahead. A dark red ball of light floated in front of him. The ball of light turned into a beam of energy and rushed into the distance in an instant. A violent energy explosion bloomed thousands of meters behind them. The terrifying impact of the energy overturned the ground layer by layer, and the earth was almost overturned. In the energy explosion, a large pile of broken black shells suddenly flew out. A piece of bone, a piece of rotten meat, and a piece of mosaic. The shock wave from the energy explosion turned into a gust of wind that rushed over from afar. Everyone who had just turned around was almost blown away by the wind again. Yao Guang had just stood up and was almost blown away again. However, her powerful strength still allowed her to stand firmly. She looked at the energy ball that was blooming in the distance, and her heart was filled with shock. She had never felt such a powerful energy before. Even the strongest person she had ever met would not be able to create an energy explosion of such a scale. It was almost enough to destroy a high-leveled area with sufficient defense. Something almost crawled out. It seems to be more powerful than those big guys just now, Hui said softly, holding his cheek. Yun Nuashing nodded. At this moment, he had already walked to the person closest to him. Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and pack up. It's not safe here. Although they did not know what was going on, what these people had experienced, and how they attracted so many monsters. These were not important because they might know, so they tried their best to save them. 5 minutes ago, they were still discussing with Hui about which side to kill. Yao Guang heard the voice that rang in her mind just now. She was also stunned. She looked back and was a little surprised that he was carrying someone on his back. However, the current situation was not suitable for her to think about anything messy. She quickly put away the long sword wrapped in cloth and shouted to everyone, "Pack up and restore your strength. We have to leave this place as soon as possible." After that, she turned her head to look at Yun Nuashing. When she saw him nodding, she was relieved. She was worried that he would not give them time to pack up, and she did not know what he was going to do. Yao Guang simply tidied up her tattered clothes and took off the broken armor from her body. She also bandaged the wounds of her companions. Only then did she walk up to Yun Nuashing, who had not moved since he appeared. She bowed solemnly and said, "Thank you for your help. I'm sorry that I have to face my savior in such a manner. My companions have no strength left. She paused for a moment. Thinking about the name that was forced on her, it sounded very funny. She could not help but shake her head and change the way she said it. "Well, we're just a team that's out for an adventure. I'm the leader of this team, Yao Guang." She paused as she spoke, as if she was hiding something. It wasn't hard to tell from the expression on the little girl's youthful and delicate face. Well, he didn't care about that. He just nodded casually. "Hello. We are travelers who are passing by and heading to the Northern Shrine. We sensed some movement in the hinterland, so we came to check it out." Yao Guang was stunned. Travelers that are going to the Northern Shrine. She did not expect this answer at all. She thought that the person in front of her would be a hidden champion or a hidden power of some other region. She felt that those were more likely to be the answer. She did not expect that he was just a traveler. Could it be that the people that go to the Northern Shrine have become so strong? Shaking her head to get rid of some unrealistic thoughts, Yao Guang let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, Yun Nuashing spoke first. "Since you're an expedition, you should know something about the hinterland, right? We're going to the center of the hinterland. If you know the location, can you lead the way?" You're going to the abyss? Yao Guang's beautiful face immediately paled. Just the mention of that place caused his heart, which had just calmed down, to beat a few beats faster. When the others heard this cry of alarm, they also raised their heads in horror. The atmosphere suddenly became deathly silent and gloomy, as if he had mentioned some terrible place of death, a source of fear that lingered in everyone's hearts. Yao Guang's cheeks turned red. She looked at Yun Nuashing in horror for a while before she calmed down. She tried to speak in a calm tone. W, what are you going to do there? There's something that we don't know. Some kind of feeling led us to the hinterland, but after we came in, that feeling disappeared. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and said. She then pondered for a moment and felt that it was difficult for her to explain the situation. She could only shake her head. I don't know. Anyway, we have to go there. Well, it's not easy to say anything now. Anyway, you guys should rest for a while. If you don't want to go, we'll go by ourselves. Yun Nuashing shook her head and flicked her long hair. Yao Guang was silent for a while and did not respond. They really needed to rest for a while. They would talk about it again after they had recovered some strength. The impact of the energy flames that had just erupted disappeared bit by bit. The heavenly wasteland gradually darkened. The darkness and energy fog here were all brought about by the dark energy. The dark energy that had been scattered by the explosion began to gather again. They could still see the sun in the sky, but the sunlight could not illuminate the barren wilderness. Hopefully, there was a strong force of order left behind here after the Great Wall was shattered. It was enough to support a territory of order in this strange place in a short period of time. This would allow those exhausted fellows to have a good rest in this uncomfortable and inappropriate environment and speed up the recovery of their strength. They looked at the endless barren wilderness. Although they had relaxed, their expressions were still tense. It was not their first time visiting the heavenly wasteland. There was no real safe place here. Moreover, they were now in the hinterland of the heavenly wasteland. They were safe now only because all the monsters nearby had been wiped out. However, there were more monsters in the heavenly wasteland. The monsters in the hinterland were very powerful and roamed a very large area. This place was only temporarily safe. If they could not find a way out, they would be trapped in the hinterland sooner or later. The golden-haired young man checked everyone's condition one by one and took some things that were broken or occupied by cracks. Yun Nuashing looked a little like the little things that Mr. Spectre and his team members looted when they entered the heavenly wasteland to resist the energy corrosion of the wilderness. However, these people in front of him seemed to be of a higher level. Well, as a team that had gone so far into the hinterland, how could they not have prepared carefully? The golden-haired young man and the others looked at the things that had been extinguished and the energy reaction had disappeared. They could not help but sigh. Their emotions were as bad as they could be. Even if they searched through all the containers on their bodies, they could not find anything useful. Leader, all the spirit talismans are gone. With only half of them left, I don't think we can make it out of the hinterland. The golden-haired young man approached Yao Guang and said. Yao Guang could not help but frown. She gathered all the broken things on the battlefield in front of her and piled them up into a small mountain. If we make them now, without the materials, we can't make enough protective talismans with just these broken things. The golden-haired young man shook his head. They can only support us for a short distance. Without the protective talismans, we will instantly be lost in the heavenly wasteland. Yun Nuashing did not understand the importance of the talismans, but he could see the hopelessness on everyone's faces. He looked around and walked towards Yao Guang. What's wrong? Yao Guang looked at him and shook her head. We may not be able to make it out. The energy of the hinterland has a very serious impact on the mind. Our talismans have been completely destroyed before we came and during the battle. There is no way to make new ones now. Even if we survive, we can't make it out of the hinterland without the talismans. After saying that, she suddenly thought of something and stared straight at Yun Nuashing. The person in front of her was stronger than anyone she had ever seen. They did not seem to have any talismans on them, nor did they see any other protective equipment. How did he deal with the spiritual pollution in the heaven wasteland wilderness? Do you have any extra talismans? Yao Guang asked carefully. Yun Nuashing shook his head. We don't need those things. The energy of the heavenly wasteland has no effect on us. This answer surprised Yao Guang and the golden-haired young man. Yao Guang hesitated for a moment and said, Then do you have a way to send us out? It's very simple. Yun Nuashing nodded without thinking. He only needed to release a little bit of energy to form an energy field to protect this group of people. A touch of joy appeared on Yao Guang's face. His tone suddenly changed. But I have to go to the demonic abyss that you mentioned. I'm too lazy to go back and forth twice. The golden-haired young man's face was bitter. How could they possibly come back from that damned place? They still could not escape death. Without the talismans, they would die here. This person in front of them seemed to be able to protect them, but they had to go to the demonic abyss first. They would die either way. Okay, we'll take you there. Yao Guang nodded without thinking. She understood the situation immediately. She did not have to choose. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope for them to survive if they followed him. Then you should go and rest first. After you've rested, we'll go. Yun Nuashing raised his head halfway. Yao Guang and the golden-haired young man saw him and turned to look at the sky behind them. A golden light burst out from the end of their line of sight. It suddenly disappeared in midair and then reappeared beside them. Huey's figure emerged from the golden light. When he saw Yun Nuashing looking at him, he walked forward and said, Feng, I saw a group of people over there. They're in a similar situation as these people. They're surrounded by monsters, but the situation is much safer than here. The number of monsters over there is only about 1/10 of the number of monsters here. Do you want to go and take a look? There's someone else. Yun Nuashing replied and looked at Yao Guang and the rest. The latter was also slightly stunned. It could be another team. This time there were a total of 2 teams that came to the hinterland of the heavenly wasteland. However, when we were halfway there, we encountered a black storm. When the storm passed, we found that the 2 teams were separated and lost in the heavenly wasteland. If there are no accidents, it is basically impossible to reunite here. We can only find out after we leave the heavenly wasteland. We came to the hinterland of the heavenly wasteland to investigate the monsters. Yao Guang did not finish her sentence. She saw Yun Nuashing shake his head and said, You don't have to tell me why you're here. Well, I don't really care. Anyway, people who come here have their own reasons and situations, don't they? Yao Guang nodded. Hearing him say so, she stopped talking about their situation. She took out a map from the container hanging at her waist and said, while spreading it out, The situation in the hinterland of the heavenly wasteland is constant. It's not like the central circle and the borderlands that change. It's the same as it was when it appeared here. Therefore, a map of the hinterland of the heavenly wasteland was drawn. The yellowed map had been around for quite some time. What was drawn on it was a big flat cake. Look at the complete circle. That circle and the lines were pieced together, and it looked like a flat cake. In the center of this flat cake, there was a black dot. It was very small, as if a drop of ink had accidentally dripped on it. Yao Guang pointed at the black dot and said, The location of the demon abyss is right in the middle of the hinterland. Now we're probably somewhere around here. She pointed at the bottom left corner of the map. Seeing this, we pointed at the top right corner of the map and said, If that's the case, that team is here. They're closer to the demon abyss than we are. They may have been directly brought into the hinterland by the storm and lost their direction. We walked into the hinterland by ourselves and can clearly identify our position. Yao Guang pondered for a moment. Her gaze swept across their position, the team's position and the demon abyss. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing did not wait for her to show any expression and knew what this little girl was thinking. You want me to go and save them? Yao Guang's face was a little awkward, and she couldn't help but lower her head. They were all saved by others, and they didn't have the right to give orders or instructions to a benefactor whom they had just met. It was just a little unrealistic. After all, they knew some of the people in that group, and they wanted to save them if they could. After all, the two people in front of her were a little too strong. With that kind of power, saving people was just convenient, as he said. Yun Nuashing yawned. He did not think too much about it. He nodded and said, Then let's go. It's just on the way. Anyway, we're going to the demon abyss. The more people there are, the better to understand the situation. That's a reason. Yao Guang thought for a moment and bowed solemnly. Thank you. Anyway, I still need you to lead the way. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Let's go after you've rested. Yao Guang nodded and waved her hand to everyone. Pack up and prepare your weapons. Those whose spirit talismans are completely broken, come over first. We're going to continue our journey to the demon abyss. She looked at the messy pile of things under her feet and casually put them into a container. These things might still be useful. After all, there was nothing left. It would be good if these broken things could be of some use. However, they were still a pile of trash. A young man walked up and smiled bitterly. Leader, without the spirit talismans, we won't be able to last long if we leave this area. Why don't we? Yao Guang waved her hand and interrupted him. She looked at Yun Nuashing. The latter nodded. Energy flowed out from her body and turned into a barrier that enveloped everyone. She then lifted everyone up. Let's go. We won't be away from the team for long. We only have 10 hours. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone who was ready was shocked when they saw themselves floating in the air. Yun Nuashing did not give them any time to relax. After aiming in the right direction, she exerted force on her feet and leaped out of the area like a comet. She brought everyone with her into the sky, leaving behind a long trail of screams in the night sky. She brought a large group of people and landed in front of another group of people, like a meteor crashing into the ground. The other group of people was scared half to death. The demons who were watching the scene were also stunned. The only difference was that they were scared silly by the sudden explosion of violent energy. Before they could react, they were washed clean by the impact of the energy. On the other hand, the demons were scared into a group of shrimps by the spectacular scene. Although the other team was not in as much danger, their situation was worse than Yao Guang's team. The number of people left in the team could be counted with 2 hands. The original leaders had both died, leaving behind 8 strong members and a temporary leader. The sky is so scary. Yao Guang crawled on the ground, trembling. Her pale white hair and face were blown to the back of her head by the wind. In the last 5 minutes, they had rushed into the sky at an exaggerated speed. Then they fell like a meteor. She could only watch as the dark gray land crashed into her face. She had never seen such a scene before. Down to earth. Oh, the feeling of being alive. It's really not bad. The golden-haired youth was shivering on the ground. The group of people who had just recovered their spirits fell to the ground again. Yao Guang even felt that the atmosphere was a little heavier after meeting up with another team that was also scattered. There were about 300 of them when they came, but now there were less than 40 of them left. Every one of them was heavily injured, and their protective items were basically all used up. If they had not met those 2 people, they would have long been devoured by the magical creature army and become another set of bones in the infinite wilderness, or become a member of the magical creature army and attack them the next time there was an intruder. Since they only had 10 hours and half an hour had passed since they had found the 2 teams, Yun Nuashing slightly increased her speed. When Yao Guang and the others recovered a little, she carried them forward again. This time, they did not rush as violently as before. They floated in the sky and flew forward at a faster speed, so as not to disturb the demons hidden in the heavenly wasteland wilderness. After flying forward for half an hour, Yun Nuashing and Hui gradually stopped in the sky and looked down at the ground. According to the route, if they were not wrong, they should have reached their destination by now. However, the surroundings were empty, dark gray sand, and a group of springs that spewed out black energy. Other than these, there was nothing on the ground. They did not see anything that could be called abyss or demon abyss. Logically speaking, we should have arrived. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at Yao Guang. Can't you recognize the way from the sky? Do you want to go down? Yao Guang heard her and shook his head. If there is no problem with the map, this should be the position. After saying that, she smiled bitterly. It's just that we have never been to the demon abyss. We have only heard of the legends of the demon abyss. We don't know if there will be any other situation there. Demon abyss, you want to go to the demon abyss? The leader of the other team was stunned and his face suddenly turned pale. After a moment, he shook his head. The demon abyss will not always be in the same place. Yao Guang was stunned. But didn't they say that the hinterland of the heavenly wasteland wilderness will never change? That's right, the hinterland will not have any great changes, but the demon abyss is an exception. The leader took out the map and spread it out. This map was recorded more than 1,000 years ago. The black dot on the map is indeed the demon abyss, but its position is just right in the middle of the map, which makes people mistakenly think that the demon abyss is in the center of the hinterland. He looked at the map and rolled it up. The demon abyss carries 90% of the energy of the heavenly wasteland wilderness. Its existence is very strange, and it will not stay in the same place for a long time. Its position will only move within the hinterland, and it will not go to the center circle or the edge of the heavenly wasteland wilderness. I once followed a small team into the hinterland of the heavenly wasteland with a force 10 times stronger than the one we brought this time. No demon could stop our footsteps, and then the captain paused, a bitter smile on his face. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't tell me that the demon abyss suddenly appeared in front of you?" The captain smiled bitterly and nodded. The demonic abyss appeared 10 miles in front of us. It was like a demonic well spewing out a black fountain. That energy instantly destroyed the great wall of hope that everyone had gathered together. After that, destruction came. After the demonic abyss appeared, the demons seemed to have gone mad. Every single one of them became stronger than any of the demons that we had faced before. They almost buried all of us alive. We lost half of our men to escape from the demon abyss. But at that time, all the demons in the heavenly wasteland wilderness went crazy and became extremely manic. It was as if our approach to the demon abyss had unintentionally triggered something and made them very fierce. We killed all the way, and when we left the heavenly wasteland wilderness, less than 20% of our men were left. He could not help but sigh. Now that I think about it, it's still like a nightmare. Although this incident was clearly recorded, not many people know about it. Then it's going to be a little troublesome to find. He scratched his head, helplessly, and looked at Yun Nuashing. Should we do something big? Yun Nuashing thought for a while and shook her head. Let's walk around here first. After an hour, if we can't find it, we'll use some extreme measures. Yao Guang said extreme measures. Hui gestured. Like blowing up the entire heavenly wasteland wilderness or something. Everyone's face turned pale. Chapter 1436. If someone else had told her that they would do something to the heavenly wasteland, she might have laughed politely and not taken it seriously. When the heavenly wasteland first appeared, it destroyed the most powerful force of the human race. It had been standing here for many years. How could it be destroyed so easily? It was the dream of many generations. However, when this mysterious and powerful girl said such a thing, she did not have the slightest thought of refuting or sneering. It was as if she said that it would happen, and it was already an established fact. This was Yao Guang's feeling, although she felt that something was not right after being saved by Yun Nuashing and seeing his power after hearing what he said. After experiencing the initial shock, they did not have any other reaction. They lowered their heads and their eyes flickered, as if they were still somewhat expectant. If this mysterious expert could really destroy the heaven wasteland wilderness, then, well, it seemed that there would not be any changes in the short term. That black energy would still appear in front of the world from time to show its existence. The heaven wasteland wilderness was only its most terrifying nest. In short, the conversation between Yun Nuashing and Hui evoked some small thoughts in everyone's hearts. They were all unrealistic fantasies that had existed before. Those thoughts stubbornly stood in their minds and consciousness and refused to disperse. So much so that they had forgotten that they were flying in the sky that terrified them. Their eyes constantly swept across the dark gray land, hoping to see that terrifying place. However, there were some contradictions that they did not want to find it. After all, the terrifying name of the demonic abyss had long been branded in their thoughts and thoughts. Right now, they could not wait to find it. No matter how they thought about it, it was terrifying. The everlasting wilderness was a complicated and changeable place. Generally speaking, when people talked about its changes, the first thing that came to mind was the constant changes in the periphery and the middle circle. People who knew about the hinterland had an eternal perception of this place. In fact, even this static place would change. Ordinary people could not see things clearly from the perspective of energy, but Yun Nuashing and the others could see that the large pile of black energy colors in their vision were constantly changing, as if they were changing according to some inexplicable rules. However, even if there was an obvious enough change in the energy level, it would not have any effect on the space in the real world. This was something that Yun Nuashing and Hui did not understand. They could only speculate that there might be some changes in the mist on the wilderness that they could not recognize. It was a kingdom of monsters that suddenly appeared in this place. In the long history of fighting monsters and resisting the dark energy, the human life in this world had naturally mastered many methods to observe and record these two kinds of existences and had achieved great results. The protective equipment, spiritual talismans, and the Great Wall of Hope that Yao Guang and the others used were among the more important strategic measures that effectively weakened the influence of the dark energy on them. They even had a slight resistance to this energy. However, this little resistance was not very useful in the hinterland of the everlasting wilderness. They still had to bring a good set of protective equipment before setting foot in this place. Oh, the Great Wall of Hope. So that's what it looks like. I understand now. Yao Guang was pulled to Yun Nuashing's side to let her display the Great Wall of Hope. He stared at the Great Wall of Hope that was only gathering energy and had not been displayed. In less than 10 seconds, he nodded. Yes, I know how to use it. You know how to use it. Yao Guang's face was a mess. As mentioned above, the Great Wall of Hope was a strategic measure that not everyone was qualified to come into contact with. They were only able to come into contact with it because of their special status. Even until now, they were not very familiar with how to use it. But in the end, after he looked at it for a few seconds, she knew how to use it? Yun Nuashing nodded casually, not treating it as a big deal. In order to verify it for her, he even stopped. Then, the dark red energy in his hand began to gather. With a snap of his right hand, the dark red energy spread out in all directions in the form of a net with him as the center. Then, following some specific and special weaving method, the dark red energy gathered into runes filled with energy in midair. Finally, it turned into something like a magic array and disappeared into the void, leaving only a dark red energy crystal barrier that spanned tens of thousands of feet in front of them. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at Yao Guang. I've modified it myself. Do you think it looks like your Great Wall of Hope? You've even modified it. Yao Guang looked at the barrier in a daze and nodded. Indeed, it had the same feeling and the same way of operating the energy. Moreover, it was stronger than the strongest Great Wall of Hope that they knew of. However, the amount of energy released was not that much. It was only the consumption of a single Great Wall of Hope. Who are you? Yao Guang opened her mouth a few times, but she could not say it out loud. Now, she was really curious about the identity of the person in front of her. In her impression, there should not be such a strong person in this world. Otherwise, why would the humans be defeated in the battle against the monsters and the dark energy in the past and recent years? Yun Nuashing understood a little from her complicated gaze. He only laughed and did not say anything. The topic of outside the world was not something that could be understood by one with a good enough brain. It was a framework, a restriction, and a layer of rules. If she had not imagined, understood, and had no knowledge of these 4 words, then she would not have been able to guess at this level no matter how hard she thought. However, now was not the time to talk about this. Floating around in the wilderness of Tianhuang was a very challenging thing to do. In the past, she could only walk on the ground and could not see the whole picture, now that she was floating in midair and looking down. Hey, a large group of monsters. Although those demons were hidden under the dark gray sandy soil and would not show themselves normally, once they entered the range of their senses, they would come out in groups. In the hinterland, there were about 15 demons in one spring, and as they floated along the way, they saw thousands of black springs. The black aura that gushed out was really so thick that it almost choked them to death. Foam! The energy reaction in this place is very strong. We suddenly stopped at a place and pointed at the surrounding ground. The thick black energy was almost condensed into a substance, and it did not float out. Below here, Yao Guang stared at the ground below. Her black eyes suddenly flashed, and sweat appeared on her forehead. There are several tyrant-class monsters below. Tyrant class? Yun Nuashing and Yao Guang spoke at the same time. Yao Guang was already used to the fact that the 2 of them knew nothing, so he didn't probe further. He nodded and explained. It's those gigantic creatures that you've defeated. They're usually accompanied by a small team or a small army. They're commander-class monsters, and they're exceptionally powerful. Every time they appear, it's a disaster. Our team was quickly defeated because we encountered a few tyrant-class monsters. Yao Guang could not help but smile bitterly as he thought of that crazy scene. Yun Nuashing looked at the ground and suddenly shook her head. There are 1,000 tyrant-class monsters below. 1,000! Everyone was so scared that they rolled their eyes and almost fainted. 100 of those monsters could directly bury the stable country in the south alive. The hinterland of Tianhuang. It is not something that can be casually explored. Yao Guang's face was pale. They did not dare to imagine what it would feel like to see 1,000 tyrant-class monsters crawling up from the ground. Oh, it's okay, other than the fact that the energy here has turned into a mist that is a little annoying. There is nothing else. 1,000 tyrant-class monsters? That's it. Yun Nuashing still shook her head indifferently. She was more concerned about the demon abyss. They had been in the hinterland of Tianhuang for an hour, but they still did not find anything. Everyone was speechless. Is there nothing special around the demon abyss? Yun Nuashing could not help but ask. The leader of the other team shook his head. No one has ever studied the demonic abyss alone, and no one dares to study it. Our understanding of the demonic abyss is limited to when it appeared in the map 1,000 years ago, and when our team encountered it. Then did you see any other strange phenomena in the first 10 minutes before the demon abyss descended? It is very difficult to observe those situations in the Tianhuang wilderness, so we are not sure. Yun Nuashing fell into deep thought. Just as he was thinking about whether he should kill the 1,000 tyrants below with one slap to divert his attention, Yao Guang suddenly thought of something. I seem to have remembered something. If we count these 2 times, there should be 4 instances in history of direct sightings of the abyss. Oh, let's hear it. Yun Nuashing was a little interested and was not in a hurry to fly ahead. Yao Guang nodded. I saw it in the Great Library, more than 100 years after the Tianhuang wilderness descended. The strongest team of humans at that time went deep into the Tianhuang wilderness. They seemed to have seen the demon abyss there, but did not descend directly in front of them. there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Dark clouds and storms gathered, as if a deep-sea whirlpool had opened. Everything was silent, and the monsters did not appear. Yes, that is what the saying said. Before the demon abyss descended, or the situation around the demon abyss. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. Just from these few sentences, it was very easy to judge, but there doesn't seem to be anyone in the entire heaven wasteland that fits this situation. Huh. Yao Guang was stunned. Yun Nuashing looked around. His soul power had merged into the void and had scanned the Tianhuang wilderness without restraint. Although there was still a lot of noise and nothing could be seen clearly, he had used the power of divinity and divine right this time. The influence of the black energy was much smaller, and he could roughly confirm that there was no such phenomenon. The monsters did not appear. This seems to be different from what you have encountered. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the other team leader. He frowned when he heard Yao Guang's narration. Now he could not help but smile bitterly when he met Yao Guang's gaze. I don't know. The situation that we saw at that time was just like what I said. The monsters were very violent, and the will that filled the world seemed to want to tear us all apart. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Maybe the demon abyss is showing two different situations. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and said, Regardless, we have to find that place first. If we can't find it, we can talk about it here. What are you doing? As he spoke, he was stunned. Hui had been wandering around restlessly since the beginning, staring at the dark gray ground below nonstop, as if he had found something interesting. There were only 1,000 tyrants below. Could it be that he wanted to wipe them all out? Phone, I think I saw something over here. Hui waved his hand and greeted Yun Nuashing. Come over and take a look. Yun Nuashing was suspicious. He brought his team down a little and came to Hui's side. They stared at the place where the black clouds were spewing out. What's the situation? Hui looked at them and then looked down. There was a question mark in his eyes. Then he laughed dryly and scratched his head. Looks like it's not like that. Wait for me, just wait here. Yun Nuashing? ? Hui's perspective and perception were a little different from his in some minor details. He did not know how the two priesthoods in the realm of the gods made such a strange distinction. Anyway, Hui seemed to have seen something that he could not easily perceive with the perspective and perception of a guardian. Hui said as he descended into the dark place below. When he landed at the edge, everyone exclaimed. They now knew that there were 1,000 tyrant-class demons hiding below. If Yun Nuashing had not brought them here, they would have turned around and run. The power of the demonic abyss was only heard of, and it was just a faint imprint in their minds. However, they had personally tasted the power of the tyrant-class demons. They knew very well how strong they were and how difficult it was to deal with them. Now that there were 1,000 of them here, they just wanted to run away immediately. Hui used some strength to step on the ground a few times. Yun Nuashing saw that the sand dunes in the distance clearly trembled a few times and gravel rolled down. From this point, it could be seen that the heavenly wasteland was like an earthquake because of his feet. A rumbling sound came from afar after a few seconds of delay. Everyone was stunned when they heard it, and their expressions began to become numb. They were more or less used to it. No, come out, Hui muttered doubtfully as he stomped. When a crack appeared in the infinite wasteland, Yun Nuashing stopped him. If you continue to stomp on the ground, this place will collapse. Well, then I'll change my method. Hui scratched his head. He stretched out one hand, and golden energy madly gathered. Go. Yun Nuashing was shocked. Don't you? Boom. The dazzling golden energy storm blew away the black energy mist within a radius of 100 miles. This time, the entire heavenly wasteland was truly shaken. In the distance, one could see several rifts that were several tens of feet wide, forming a clear dividing line with their neighbors. Furthermore, the dividing line was getting bigger and bigger. The dark gray sand kept falling into the rifts, and the demons hiding under the ground were falling into the abyss. Everyone even saw a few tyrant demons that were holding maces that were hundreds of feet long, struggling to fall into the abyss. Come out! Come out! Come out! If you don't come out, I'll blow up your house. I'm blowing it up right now. Are you coming out or not? We threw out golden energy balls in all directions like convulsions. Every energy ball that landed on the ground would explode with a loud bang. A huge white energy ball surged up from the ground, constantly devouring the energy of the heaven wasteland wilderness. The rumbling sound was also constantly resounding like convulsions, spreading to the sky. Many demons cautiously poked their heads out from the ground in the distance. They trembled as they looked at the countless suns rising from the ground. Their faces were blank and confused. They were actually blown out of their minds by the inexplicable commotion. They had been domineering in the infinite wasteland for so many years, but they had never seen such a scene. The demons, who never knew what fear was, were actually forced out of their desire to live by Huey's sacred energy. They were pushing and shoving each other in the direction of the hinterland. Yao Guang and the others naturally saw this scene from the sky. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. It had always been demons chasing people. Now they could see demons being chased by a person. They had lived for a long time and had never seen anything like this before. Stop fooling around. The infinite wasteland is going to collapse. Yun Nuashing hurriedly shouted at the demons below, who suddenly went crazy. Everyone thought for a while and felt that it was not a bad thing to collapse like this. If the infinite wasteland collapsed, the demons the humans faced would be reduced by at least 70%. There was no need to stop it. If you collapse it, what am I going to blow up? Yun Nuashing cried out pitifully. Everyone. Suddenly, they felt that the infinite wasteland's ferocious reputation had dropped by more than one level. However, anyone who saw this legendary ferocious land being indiscriminately bombed would probably feel the same as them. Hui wantonly poured energy in all directions, but he did not throw any energy at the land where the 1,000 tyrants were hiding. Everyone could see that with him as the center, golden energy balls were falling in all directions like raindrops. Every raindrop that fell on the ground would cause a loud boom that shook the universe. Their ears were itching from hearing it. Yun Nuashing's hands were itching as she watched from the sky. However, since she was carrying someone on her back, it was inconvenient for her to make a move. She could only casually throw a few energy balls down, causing a dark red energy storm that spanned hundreds of thousands of feet on the ground. The two destructive maniacs were doing whatever they wanted here. Boom! Finally, a destructive roar that shook space and time suddenly sounded, suppressing the many sounds that resounded in the infinite wasteland. The destructive energy balls were suppressed and no longer expanded. However, they still stood firmly on the ground. From afar, they looked like steamed buns as a black energy beam rose up in front of them and went straight to the sky. The black energy surged and rushed in all directions. This time, the fountain could not be compared to the small fountains on the ground. The one in front of them was really a big fountain. The black energy that was so dense that it could choke people to death rushed into the sky and rolled up a huge energy vortex that spanned hundreds of thousands of feet in the sky. The sky that was just illuminated by the energy flames as if it was daytime became dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hui snickered when he saw such a big movement. He jumped into the sky and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder. It's a success. The demon abyss. The demon abyss has come out. When the team leader saw the energy beam that suddenly exploded in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He trembled nonstop. The scenes that he recalled surged into his mind. An unknown fear dominated his body. He turned around and wanted to run away. This was the first time Yao Guang had seen such a scene. Shock and a faint fear surged in her heart. However, perhaps because the two people in front of her were standing here, she was more curious. She could not help but ask, "How do you know how the demon abyss was lured out?" Lured out? Hui shook his head. "I just blew it up for fun." Yao Guang. According to historical records, this should be the 5th time the demon abyss was born. It might be the most sullen birth because it was awakened by 2 lunatics. Chapter 1437. Monstrous black energy rushed into the sky, and the black light illuminated the entire heavenly wasteland. The thin fog was covered by an even thicker energy cloud, and the sky was darker than the heavenly wasteland before. It was like a moonless night without lights or candles. Walking in the wilderness, one could not even see their fingers in front of them. It was so dark that they could not even feel it. The black energy light shone on everyone's faces, reflecting many dull expressions. Yun Nuashing turned back to look at Yao Guang and the others. He waved his hand and pulled them back a little so that they would not be fine if they were too close, but the people they brought along would be in trouble. He looked at the scene of the demon abyss erupting and suddenly thought of the Moon World Lake. Both places gave him the same feeling, as if something sealed in a demonic well had suddenly opened, and the energy that could devour all life was spewing out, spreading to the entire world. He also felt that this unbelievably dense black energy seemed to be spreading into the distance. After thinking for a while, he pointed his finger, and a transparent energy barrier descended from the sky, covering the edge of the hinterland, completely isolating this space. Just as he sealed this space, the huge black energy vortex in the sky suddenly collapsed and suddenly burst open, turning into a torrential rain that fell on the ground. Then more black energy fog rose from the ground, and monsters that they did not sense before tore open the ground and crawled out, roaring at the people in the sky in a completely crazy manner. The energy light pillar that erupted from the demon abyss also suddenly dissipated, turning into a huge spring that spewed out black energy fog that was so dense that it could not be dispersed, gradually filling up the sealed space. The energy that surges out from the demon abyss and the energy that fills the heavenly wasteland are not at the same level at all, Hui said to Yuan Nuashing. Hui said to Yun Nuashing, "This is the difference of an entire primordial realm. There must be something below, related to that demonic shadow." Yun Nuashing looked at the large group of monsters that were howling crazily below, and at the same time saw a few hills rising from the ground in the distance. Several huge monsters with huge weapons stood up, and just their line of sight was at the same level as the place where they were floating. The sunken eyes of the skeletons were no longer burning with green flames, but scarlet red, with a sense of madness. Even the huge skeletons had turned black. Even the new monsters that crawled out were of higher quality. It was simply mid-level cannon fodder had turned into high-level cannon fodder. It was a disaster for all life in this world, but they still had the power to fight. If they used all their strength, they should still be able to survive this disaster. Yao Guang and the rest turned pale at the sight of the monsters that filled the hinterland. For the past hour, they had been busy dealing with their disobedient faces, but now, no matter how busy they were, they could not control it. The monsters that filled the hinterland of the sky wasteland were of such a level that they did not even know if the human world could survive. But just as they were worried, they suddenly saw the crazy monsters pushing at least hundreds and thousands of monsters into the abyss in the process of their own people pushing. Suddenly, the fear subsided a lot. As for the 1,000 tyrant-class monsters, they did not come out, nor did they form, but turned into energy that surged throughout the sky wasteland. The dense energy almost turned the entire sky wasteland black, and this energy made the monsters even more irritable, and their numbers increased. Some of the restless noises behind him made Yun Nuashing come back to his senses. He looked down at the many berserk demons that were formed by energy. His eyes surged with some silver-white light. A silver-white light appeared beside him. As he snapped his fingers, the light turned into a clear halo and exploded. In an instant, it spread across the entire hinterland. Disintegrate. Puffed. The sound of something leaking resounded loudly from below. The demons that had filled the entire hinterland suddenly turned into clumps of black energy and were cleared away in a few seconds. Only the black energy that had not been cleared away in time left behind evidence of what had just happened. Even the movements in the demonic abyss had calmed down a lot because of this. Compared to the scene of indiscriminate bombardment just now, Yao Guang and the others were even more shocked by the fact that hundreds of thousands of monsters were wiped out silently. They could not comprehend the power at all, and they could not comprehend the means of attack at all. It was a scene that they could not comprehend at all. They thought that they would not be scared to see how they would attack again. However, the scene before their eyes still made them look at it with surprise and a little admiration. The energy suppression of the demonic abyss is not complete. Other than the 1,000 tyrants that have disappeared, there is still a huge energy source that is constantly moving below. Hui did not care about the scene just now. He turned around and said to Yun Nuashing, "What do you think? Do you want to go down and take a look?" "We are fine." Yun Nuashing shrugged casually, then turned to look at Yao Guang and the others and said, "But they will be scared out of their wits, right?" Ahem. Hui coughed softly, put his hands on his waist, and shouted to everyone, "No one has ever done it before. There is only one chance in history. Are you going to jump into the demonic abyss or not?" Everyone turned their heads to look at the demonic abyss that was still emitting black energy. They looked at Hui, who had the word reliable written all over his face, and then looked at Yun Nuashing, who was silent and quiet like an ice beauty. Suddenly they trembled. Although the two of them looked very powerful, they still had an innate, instinctive fear of that place. Yun Nuashing understood from their expressions and nodded. "Hui, you stay up there and protect them. I will go down and take a look." "Hey, you want me again?" Okay, don't look. "I will stay. You be careful." Hui turned around unwillingly until Yun Nuashing stared at him as if he was looking at a maggot. Then he laughed dryly and agreed. Yun Nuashing exhaled softly and brought her people to a place dozens of meters away from the demonic abyss. Hui followed her and used his energy barrier to protect everyone inside Yun Nuashing's barrier. Then he gave her a thumbs up and said, "Be careful." Yun Nuashing nodded and was about to jump over when a clear and firm voice suddenly sounded behind him, interrupting his action. "I will go too." With a hint of surprise and astonishment, he turned his head with a 98% emotionless expression. He saw Yao Guang take a deep breath, as if to give himself courage. When he saw Hui looking over, he looked at him with a firm and courageous gaze, then took a few steps forward and said, "Can you bring me along? I want to take a look." Looking back at the situation in the demonic abyss, Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment and suddenly smiled. This was the first time she saw him smile. It was very beautiful, courageous girl. "Since that is the case, I will bring you along. Don't leave my side casually, otherwise I may not be able to protect you." Hui coughed softly and winked at Yun Nuashing with all his might. He threw a look that said, "You are carrying a girl on your back, but you still don't forget to flirt with girls." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and replied, "As the natives of this world, they have the right to know these things. This reason is sufficient, right? I don't care. You are attracting bees and butterflies even at this critical moment. Do you believe that this girl thinks that I am a girl?" Hui was stunned. Yes, this was a very fatal question. They did not introduce themselves, so the possibility of this was actually more than 60%. No, 80%. Yao Guang walked to Yun Nuashing's side and was almost shoulder to shoulder with her. Suddenly, he felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was not right. When he turned his head, he saw that the two of them were blinking their eyes at a high frequency. It seemed that their eyelids were about to fall off. He could not help but be stunned for a moment, and carefully said that, "It's okay." Yun Nuashing shook her head. Her fluttering hair stretched to the side and wrapped around her waist. After that, she turned into a comet and leaped high into the sky, falling into the demonic abyss. When the blond man heard the captain's scream slowly disappear from his ears, he could not help but dig his ears. "Captain, are you okay?" "Don't worry. Fong is protecting her. It's okay." Hui heard this and grinned. He patted the ground and sat down casually. "We will just sit here and wait. Actually, I also want to see what it is like down there." "Sai, you guys say that even the girls have the courage to jump down. Why are you guys cramping?" Everyone laughed dryly and lowered their heads. They dug into the ground and pretended that they did not hear anything. Their captain was indeed more daring than them. Otherwise, he would not have taken up this position when he was younger than them by a few years. Even those rumors. Oh, let's not talk about them. After Yun Nuashing plunged into the demonic abyss with Yao Guang, the surging dark energy in the surroundings made him pull the girl closer to him. Only then did he realize that the scream had disappeared. He turned around and saw Yao Guang covering her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Her eyes were wide open as she stared down. The calmness that she forced looked very funny. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Relax a little, don't worry." Yao Guang nodded. However, the nervousness and fear on her face did not subside. After all, this place was very dangerous. She did not think that she would jump down without thinking. In the demonic abyss, other than the dark energy fog, nothing could be seen for the time being. The power of the soul could not spread very far. The dark energy was preventing it from spreading. As for the origin energy, it moved twice when the demonic abyss appeared, indicating that it had a reaction. Now that he had jumped down, it was calm. This made him feel uneasy. It felt like a false alarm. He could not make sense of it. "Since we have jumped down, let's go and see what's down there." Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Yao Guang down faster. There was nothing in the demonic abyss for the time being. Well, about 10 minutes had passed. As he sped down, they fell faster and faster. His hair was pulled into a straight spear. However, he could not see anything except the dark energy fog. Yun Nuashing threw a ball of energy down from time to time, but he did not feel anything coming back. The ball of energy dissipated after crossing layers of energy barriers and reaching the limit of distance. Before he jumped down, he left a teleportation coordinate on the ground. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he was getting farther and farther away from the coordinate. In other words, this was not a bottomless pit standing on the level of laws. It was not just a state of suspended state that made people mistakenly think that they were falling, but they were really falling very, very deep. The continuous dive had probably exceeded the speed of sound by many times. If they were in the atmosphere, they would probably burn the air due to the friction. He tilted his head and glanced at Yao Guang. The little girl was still calm, but this speed was probably almost the limit of her physical endurance. If they went any faster, she might feel suffocated, or she might not be able to breathe properly, or all the blood in her body might run to the back of her body. Yun Nuashing hugged Jing Yuanji in front of him. Fortunately, the girl did not let go of his arm. He freed his right hand and patted Yao Guang on the head. The dark red energy circled around her body. Yao Guang was stunned for a moment. The suppressed expression on her face disappeared in an instant. The discomfort caused by the high-speed fall suddenly disappeared. Even the sound of the wind and the sense of weightlessness from the crazy fall disappeared. She could not help but look at Yun Nuashing. He patted her head and then retracted his hand. He probably helped to eliminate that feeling, but she did not know how he did it. It seems that we are almost at the end. After throwing another ball of energy down, Yun Nuashing suddenly spoke, interrupting Yao Guang's wild thoughts. She had been staring down for a long time, but she still could not see anything. She could not help but smile bitterly. I thought that the abyss was some kind of tunnel or something, and there were endless monsters hiding down there. Yao Guang looked at the dark surroundings and could not see anything. I didn't expect it to be a shaft. Endless demonic creatures, huh? Yun Nuashing pursed his lips and muttered to himself for a while. The laws in the vicinity were so chaotic that it was unbelievable. The density of the dark energy was close to infinity, which meant that it could be considered infinite. The power of space and time, which should have existed, did not exist at all. There was only that dark energy. Maybe there is. The energy in this place is so dense to such an extent. If you say that there is no demon here, I will not believe it. Moreover, it should be stronger than all the demons you have seen. After diving for another minute or so, Yun Nuashing had just exhaled when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She quickly shouted, F***CK, turn around. Yao Guang was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, Yun Nuashing suddenly reached out and pulled her into her arms from behind. Bang! An inexplicable huge impact sounded at the bottom of the abyss, accompanied by a crisp sound. Yao Guang was stunned by the sudden impact. Even the power that eliminated the feeling in her body could not withstand the impact just now. She suddenly felt that the organs in her body were forced to move a distance away. She hoped that they could still function normally after finding a new place to live. F***CK. Yun Nuashing cursed in the celestial realm. The situation just now happened too quickly. It was so fast that he did not have time to slow down. He was just protecting the two girls when he crashed into it. It was not a direct collision. The situation just now was like he was running forward on an endless plane, and the next moment he was pressed against the wall behind him. The speed at which he was pressed against the wall was the same as the speed at which he was running. There was no time gap between the two situations. It was as if he was running forward and then turned around to smash himself against the wall. The problem was that there was no wall behind him just now. How could he reason this out? Fortunately, he had just used the rule lock on Yao Guang to keep her body relatively still. If she had crashed into the wall at the same speed as him, he might have had to rescue her. As for himself, since his body was made of energy and it was not during his free time, he did not add any restrictions on his body. In other words, it was still an energy body. He had tried crashing into the ground at the speed of light, and this level was child's play. What happened? Yao Guang raised her head, a little confused. She supported herself with both hands on the ground. Nothing, just a little strange. You don't have to worry about it. Also, get up first and pull me out. Yun Nuashing habitually wanted to shake his head, but he found that his neck was stuck. He was now embedded in the ground, and his whole body was in a straight line. Well, if Jing Yuanji was included, it would be a cross. Yao Guang lowered her head and found that her hands were pressing on Yun Nuashing's chest. She could not help but be stunned. She quickly crawled to the ground beside her and cooperated with Yun Nuashing to pull her out of the ground. She quickly looked around vigilantly. The bottom of the demon abyss, it was dark. Other than her feet on the ground, she could not see anything. Yun Nuashing patted the dust off her body and turned her head to find Yao Guang staring at her in a daze. Yao Guang's eyes were filled with a strange expression. This expression, this kind of gaze, this kind of situation, instantly gave her goosebumps. You're a man. Well, he did not have a hand to stop Yao Guang, but she still said it. Not only did she say it, but she also added, but I can't see any male features. Adam's apple or something. Yun Nuashing. You can't blame me if you can't see. Speaking of which, is this the time to talk about this? Yao Guang laughed dryly. She wanted to walk to the side to take a look at the situation elsewhere and relieve the awkwardness of the conversation. However, before she could take 2 steps, she realized that her waist was still tied by his hair. After thinking for a while, she walked back. Yun Nuashing's thoughts moved, causing a few balls of energy to appear around her body. White light bloomed, but it was not enough to illuminate this place. It could only illuminate an area of 10 feet around them. Beyond that was the dark abyss that they could not see anything at all. If it's the shaft, should we find its edge first? Yao Guang said. Yun Nuashing shook his head. This space is a conceptual space. You can tell this from the fact that we fell face down and landed on our backs. If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be any walls of the shaft. Moreover, there shouldn't be any edge to this space. It will change according to your thoughts and rules. It can be infinitely big or small. If you want to see something or trigger something, you have to rely on yourself to dig. Of course, dig is just a description. It might be easier to understand if you call it search. Yao Guang tilted her head. Her beautiful smiling face could not hide her silly cuteness. After listening for a long time, she concluded that she could recognize every word he said. However, when they were put together, she could only understand the phrase infinitely big, infinitely small. She did not know what he was talking about at all. Yun Nuashing turned around and saw her standing there with a silly smile. He also helplessly scratched his head. In short, you can think of this space as your own imagination. Forget it. Don't encounter something that didn't make you silly, but let me make you silly instead. In short, just follow me. Okay. Yao Guang nodded. When she saw him walking forward, she lifted her feet to follow him. She looked at his fluttering clothes that she had never seen before. Suddenly, she reached out her hand and gently pinched a corner of it. The space at the bottom of the demonic abyss was in a state of absolute distortion. The scene that light could not illuminate was a crazy and bizarre place. Everything that he knew in the order space and the otherworld space did not exist. There was only endless distortion and collapse. It was a place that did not belong to order. If there was a limit to order, then the primordial gods were the beings that stood at the peak of order. And this place might be close to the peak of non-order. Perhaps it was similar to his current position in the order plane. The area that he illuminated with light was actually a stable domain of order that he had divided with his law and order. For the time being, he did not need to divide such a large space. Just this small space was enough. The energy concentration here was very high. It was abnormally abundant. However, it was energy that ordinary people could not use. He tried to analyze a little of the dark energy. His expression became more serious. It was another non-orderly energy that was completely opposite to the origin energy. However, he could not tell if it was the annihilation energy. It was a little different from the annihilation energy that he encountered in the secret artifact space in the realm of the gods. All the dark energy was concentrated to the point of explosion. It felt like it would explode at any moment. If he casually threw any of the dark energy at it, he did not know if it would blow up the entire demonic abyss. Theoretically speaking, he felt that this should not be annihilation energy, but there was a point. First of all, its strength was very similar to annihilation energy, but its laws and order were not on the same level as annihilation energy. The former was on the same level as the origin energy, an existence that was the complete opposite of order. The two were on the same level, with completely opposite existences. And this dark energy before him was clearly weaker on the non-order ladder, even if it was powerful enough. Maybe it's because of this reason that the origin energy only trembled a little and then stopped moving. Yun Nuashing murmured in his heart. He shook his head. After wandering in this dark space for a few minutes, Yun Nuashing suddenly had a strange feeling. Ever since he left the capital, the haunted feeling had disappeared. Now, it suddenly appeared again, and it was unusually clear. Who's there? Yun Nuashing suddenly turned around and looked at the dark space behind him. What's wrong? Yao Guang was shocked by his reaction and subconsciously moved closer to him. The two of them were almost stuck together. In this dark and ghostly place, he suddenly turned around and said that. It felt as if something was following behind him. Yun Nuashing ignored her for the time being. He spread out his soul energy and circled around his surroundings. He felt that the haunted feeling was getting clearer and clearer. Even his spirit and consciousness were about to connect with something. Phew! When will we reach the end of this dark corridor? Sister Jing, is there really an end to this path? The energy mark is always behind us. We've been walking in a straight line all this time. How much longer do we have to walk? Keep going until we reach the next intersection. The consciousness maze should also be at the edge of consciousness. This time, Yun Nuashing clearly captured it. It was Jing Yuanji's voice. Moreover, it was a continuous series of voices. So the haunted feeling was caused by this girl. And this time there was another voice. It seemed to be that girl's voice. Yun Nuashing suddenly felt speechless. This abyss. What was it for? Chapter 1438. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she was floating in the air. She had experienced this feeling once before. It was when she followed that deceiving big brother to the place called the Great Ocean, called the Void. It was as if she was in a place where she could not feel anything, but she could clearly feel that there was something around her. Dao Tian opened her eyes and stared blankly at the gray space around her. It was gray without any color. The world seemed to have faded into meaningless gray. Even the colors on her body had blended into this eternal gray. She looked at her hands for a while and then at her clothes. After confirming that they were all gray, she stretched and used 3 seconds to wake herself up. Then she began to think. Where was she? In her memory, she should be fighting with that big brother and big sister in the spirit-gathering continent, repelling the chaotic tide. She should have used up all her spiritual energy and fainted. After that, there was a short period of blurry feeling. She could feel that she was being carried by the big brother. She didn't know where they were going. Could this be the destination? This gray place, could it be their people? Dao Tian thought hard for a while. After eliminating the possibility that she was lost, abandoned, and so on, she felt that she should still be beside Yun Nuashing. Even if she was sleeping, she could still feel his breath. So, all the above ideas were impossible. Then, the only possibility was that she had accidentally broken into this place. They went to a very troublesome place. Dao Tian frowned. She could not feel clearly when she was sleeping. She could only feel that they seemed to have gone to many places at once. Then, at a certain moment, her connection with Yun Nuashing was suddenly cut off. Just like now, she was floating in this gray place, unable to find north, south, east, and west. Although she could still feel his breath from the bottom of her heart, there was no way to accurately pinpoint where they were. At this moment, her consciousness was suddenly awakened by a thought. She had an accurate idea. Dive. Dive. Dao Tian turned around and looked down blankly. It was still gray. Where was she supposed to dive? She did not care. Anyway, she would dive and see. Her consciousness controlled herself to slowly descend downwards. This was only a thought, but she really began to slide downwards, silently streaking across space. This made her a little stunned because at this moment, the dive was only a thought. She could clearly feel that she was moving on her own without putting into action. The sudden light coming from below made her ignore the thought that had stunned her for a moment. She turned around and touched the ball of light. Her consciousness returned. No, it was not that feeling. It should be that her consciousness had awakened. She opened her eyes and saw a dim space. The ceiling was a piece of metal engraved with many notches. There was a faint light coming from those notches, like the flickering stars in the night sky. The faint light came from all directions and illuminated the spacious space with dim light. It was a place where the walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of metal. It was like an airtight iron box. Yes, it was a can. Dao Tian rolled over and got up from the ground. She tidied up her messy platinum hair. From the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of an opening under the wall in front of her. It seemed to be an opening to a passage. She was in a hall, an empty hall. The only visitor was her. No, it was her consciousness. She should only exist in this place with her consciousness. Well, my consciousness was forcibly pulled out of my body and floated to this strange place. After Dao Tian figured it out, she could not help but mutter in her heart, "Big brother, you really went to a strange place. Why did my consciousness disappear as soon as I woke up?" If her big brother could hear this, he would probably feel depressed. After all, he did go to strange places all the time. and every time he would get into some abnormal, and disorderly things. At this moment, he was still wandering in the most dangerous place in the graveyard of gods and demons. Dao Heaven sighed. She felt that even though she had only known him for a short period of time, 100 days was really too short for them. She had the feeling that she had known him for a very long time. This was an illusion in her mind, or perhaps it was because she had come into contact with too many things in this short period of time that she had known him. Some of those things were even more important than the life that she knew at this moment. Putting those things aside for now, she wanted to try to escape from this space. But if she was just a consciousness, and one that was so far away from her body that she could not sense where her body was, she could not even borrow any power from her body. She could not use any unconventional methods to forcibly escape from this space. Then, she could only go down and take a look. She looked at the passage under the wall in front of her and took a deep breath. She lifted her feet and jogged. In the empty space, there was only the sound of scattered footsteps rising and falling, but there was no echo at all. It was the first time in her life that she had walked through a maze. In her life, which she had memories of, she had spent most of her time walking back and forth on ships with steel decks. She had crossed the galaxy and watched the big stars burn out. She had once thought that was the trajectory of her life that she could never change, until someone suddenly appeared by her side and made her experience some other things. She also walked into this maze while he was at it. This maze was really boring. Dao Tian could not help but sigh. She had been jogging here for an hour. She had passed by more than 70 or 50 intersections and 2 spacious spaces that looked like halls. Then, she suddenly realized that she might not be able to get out of this complicated maze for a while. So, she stopped jogging. She walked step by step on the metal floor, holding on to the wall and moving forward. She planned to use the stupidest method, walking with her back against the wall. As long as the maze was closed and there were no other strange spaces, she would eventually reach the exit or enter the center of the maze. It was just that it took a little longer. However, for her consciousness, the flow of time was actually faster than the outside world. If she walked here for 10 days to half a month, only a few days would have passed in the space where her body was. Dao Tian paused, and her expression became very strange. What if it wasn't? Ever since she met that big brother, many things had become strange. Most of her cognition was in a state that needed to be fixed urgently. What if this place? But even if there was a gap in her perception of time, there was nothing she could do. She could only walk around in this maze with peace of mind. Instead of worrying about the big brother who was doing something in the outside world, it was better to get out of here quickly. Dao Tian stood in place and rested for a while. She looked ahead and saw a long, spacious corridor. The limit of her vision was a crossroad. Next, she would continue to turn right and keep moving forward. The many consciousness imprints behind her told her how long she had walked. Until now, she had not walked on any repeat path. This was not good news. It could only mean that this dark maze might be very big, and there was no way to determine how big it was. A few hours later, Dao Tian pushed open a door. This was already the 6th hall she had passed. Other than the place where she first appeared, the other halls looked exactly the same. The passageways were the same, and even the intersections were the same. She was already familiar with the monotonous layout. Even the glowing engravings on the walls and ceilings, as well as the engravings with unknown patterns, were so familiar that she could imprint them in her mind. Dao Tian suddenly paused. She looked at the hall in confusion. Looking at the 3 closed passageways in front of her, she subconsciously frowned. She did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt something unusual in this space. It was a feeling that she had not felt before. It was very strange, but because she was only a consciousness, she could not use the many senses of her body to sense what was unusual. When she wanted to sense it more carefully, the feeling suddenly faded away. It was like a dream. After waking up from a dream, the dream would quickly fade away. Consciousness can also produce illusions. She shook her head and was about to walk towards the passageway on the right. But when she was halfway through the hall, she suddenly hesitated. She turned around and walked towards the left passageway. She stretched out her hands and pushed open the door. In this dark place, time was easy to blur. Dao Tian suddenly forgot to accurately calculate her own time. She could only subconsciously leave traces of consciousness behind her, weaving sections of routes in her mind. It was not complicated. It was just a straight line, turning left, turning right, repeating these 3 paths repeatedly. That was the result of her efforts during this period of time. Straightening out the distance, she might have walked around the equator of the first star of the path of the heavens for 600 laps, or 800 laps, or 1,200 laps. She could not remember. She had forgotten as she walked. It seemed that there was a section of the road where she did not leave any traces of consciousness. It seemed that she had left some traces, but she thought that she did not. She could not remember. Her consciousness was a little tired and blurry. Recently, she had stopped to rest for a longer period of time. She kept stopping and thinking about it. Sure enough, without a body and without a soul, it is a little difficult to keep remembering those things. Dao Heaven couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was only a sliver of consciousness in this world, and she didn't have a memory carrier. There were many things that would be forgotten after a flash of feeling from her consciousness. She was a bit stronger, and she could retain these fleeting feelings for a longer period of time. However, these weren't memories, and it was quite difficult to keep them coherent, clear, and repetitive in her consciousness. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as subconscious. In truth, it was just a choice that came from the bottom of one's heart, a choice that came from one's subconscious. To turn this choice and feeling into a coherent memory fragment and forcefully engrave it into memory fragments was more than just a little difficult. In the beginning, it wasn't a problem, but as time passed, she almost couldn't remember it anymore. That feeling gradually disappeared from her consciousness, and once it was forgotten, she couldn't pick it up again. She was only left with a memory fragment that was flawed, but she could still rely on her own logic to fill in the gaps. A brain is a good thing. It is very difficult for me to not have one now. Dao Tian grumbled and ended her rest. She patted her face and continued walking. Hold on a little longer, just a little longer. By the way, this was a statement because she really did not bring her brain with her. She was just a consciousness. In the dark and empty passage, a considerable portion of Dao Tian's memory fragments had begun to fall behind. They were gradually erased by her subconsciousness. Gradually, she could not remember where she had walked to. The route in her memory had also become pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. She could not reach the front or back. The only thing she could be sure of was that she had not walked to any repeat path. No matter which piece of the jigsaw puzzle, there was no turning back. She kept walking forward, but she could not find the edge of the maze, nor the end of the maze. There was another thing that made her very uneasy. Recently, she kept feeling that there was something behind her. It was as if there was something else in this maze other than her. The first time she had this feeling was in the hall. Now, she did not know how many times she had this feeling, but when she stopped and looked back, she could not see anything. In the empty space, there was only the sound of her footsteps. In the dark and deep space, there was eternal loneliness. She could not see anything out of the ordinary. This feeling of scaring herself made her smile bitterly. To be honest, she would rather see something jump out in front of her. If it was an unknown object, she would drag it along. If it was another consciousness, she would beat it half to death before dragging it along, and so on. With a long sigh, Dao Heaven finished another round of rest. She stood up, leaned against the wall, and walked forward. When she saw the next intersection, she couldn't help but lower her head. Just as she was about to run forward, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She heard another voice. Thud. It was really the sound of footsteps, and it was very clear. It came from the intersection in front of her. There really was another thing in this maze, and that thing was a little familiar to her, Her mind was filled with thoughts of rushing over, scaring, tailing, and knocking the person out. However, because she wasn't sure who it was, while she was hesitating, the footsteps got closer. She took a deep breath and rushed out. She opened her mouth and screamed, "Wait for me!" "Ah!" Two equally sharp screams suddenly echoed in the empty passage. At this moment, Dao Tian finally heard a clear echo, and she did not know if it was an illusion. But when they screamed, the light on the wall dimmed a lot. All right, in the end, it was a charge scare. Speaking of which, what did they encounter that made them scream? What monster is doing here? Dao Tian? Hearing the thing clearly call out his name, Dao Heaven was taken aback. He hurriedly focused his gaze and saw a woman with light blue hair looking at him with a frightened expression. She kept patting her chest. "You scared me to death. Wait, why are you here?" Dao Tian was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she screamed and jumped into Jing Yuanji's arms. "Sister Jing." Seeing that Dao Tian jumped into her arms like a frightened little girl, Jing Yuanji could not help but smile bitterly. She was also shocked, okay? In this ghostly dark place, she was unprepared. Suddenly, a white figure jumped in front of her. She was so scared that she was ready to throw away her consciousness and run away. After the two girls met up, they talked about the situation during this period of time. After exchanging information, Jing Yuanji speculated that Dao Heaven had come in earlier than her, and she had gone further than Dao Heaven. After all, she had come in with half a soul, while Dao Heaven only had a consciousness. In order to preserve that hard-earned map, she had to spend a lot of time resting. When I woke up, I was already in this place. Jing Yuanji listened to Dao Tian and could not help but frown. The little girl did not seem to know that they had entered the graveyard of gods and demons, but she clearly knew that this place was related to the graveyard of gods and demons. But as for the specific relationship, one thing he could deduce was that if one fell asleep in the graveyard of gods and devils, their consciousness would be sent to this place. This should be the similarity between the two of them. Dao Heaven had fallen asleep before entering, and after waking up, he had been thrown into this consciousness maze. She had accidentally fallen asleep after entering, and then she had followed him in. She had even brought the consciousnesses of Lord Feng and the others with her. But why wasn't Qingyu, little angel, and the others' consciousnesses present? Was it because they were not affected by Lord Feng's soul, and Dao Tian was thrown in because he was asleep? After thinking for a while, Jing Yuanji shook her head. She was not too sure about the relationship between the two. If we calculate the time, I have been in here for about 2 or 3 months. You might have been in here longer than me. Jing Yuanji patted Dao Tian's head and said softly. She looked at the dark tunnel in front of her. I've been walking nonstop these days, and I've gotten a feel for the situation. The space in this maze is infinite. There is no way back from any intersection, unless we turn around and walk backward. Jing Yuanji looked back at the tunnel behind her and frowned. We've fallen into a very troublesome place. If we want to get out, I'm afraid it will take a very long time. We might not even be able to get out. When Dao Tian heard this, he did not know what to say. After thinking for a while, he grinned. Big sister, be optimistic. The two of us will definitely be able to get out. Jing Yuanji smiled when she heard this. She looked at the space and thought for a moment. I have an idea. Perhaps we can get out. Or perhaps we can walk to the center of the maze and see what is hidden in the depths of this place. What idea? Dao Tian asked, then shook his head. No matter what it is, let's try it first. We've been walking for so long and haven't found any clues. Maybe we need to change our angle. Jing Yuanji nodded. When you walked through the maze, have you ever tried sticking to a wall? That's how I walked in the beginning. Dao Tian suddenly became excited. But there was no problem at first. Even after walking for a long time, I didn't see the next intersection. It's like when this idea was born, the intersection had already disappeared, right? Seeing his reaction, Jing Yuanji's thought was confirmed. What if we kept walking? Dao Tian thought for a while. I don't know. I gave up after walking for a day. Jing Yuanji. Then let's try. More or less, I understand. Yun Nuoxing contacted Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian at the bottom of the demonic abyss through who knows how many layers of space, listening to the two girls complaining. Mainly because Dao Tian was complaining, he felt a little uncomfortable and could not help but sigh. It's been hard on you. A maze of consciousness. I still don't understand what's going on in this graveyard of gods and demons. How can you contact the bottom of the demonic abyss? According to my understanding, there shouldn't be any problems with your approach. What's left is a competition of patience. Yun Nuoxing met them in his mind and affirmed their decision to go all the way. I have a feeling that the level on your side is I can't say for the time being, I can't say for now. Jing Yuan, a situation on those? Yun Nuoxing nodded. He frowned and sensed for a long time as if he was doing some calculations. Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian did not interrupt him. After a while, they heard him sigh. There's no way to open the portal to the maze of consciousness from this space. The two spaces are not as simple as independence. There's something more complicated. It seems that you have to rely on your own strength to break through that maze. I'll try my best to open the seal on my side if it has enough connection with the real world. Until then, you have to be careful in the maze. I don't think the space on both sides is that simple. Jing Yuanji nodded. The three of them looked at each other for a moment and fell silent. After a while, Jing Yuanji suddenly thought of a very important thing and quickly said, Lord Feng, pay attention to your memory and recognition. Before Yun Nuoxing could finish listening, the figures of the two girls in his mind disappeared in an instant, which stunned him. Seal? Did she just say something that touched some kind of seal of some rules? Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes, revealing a smile that was not a smile, and nodded. Interesting. Chapter 1439. Before they could exchange more than a few words in their consciousness, they were forcibly cut off because of the alert of this world's consciousness. It was as if they had inadvertently said something fatal. After a while, he came back to his senses and quickly understood the reason behind it. He just didn't know if Jing Yuanji and the others would panic. They stayed in the consciousness maze. But it was useless even if he was worried. The labyrinth of consciousness should be a space guarded by complex and unfamiliar rules. It was an independent space similar to the spiritual world. In this world, the only one who could create such a level of world was the demonic shadow that made a squeaking sound at the beginning. As for the demonic abyss, he was not sure if its original existence was used to hide a large number of demons. But this feeling made him speculate that the bottom of the demonic abyss was a weak point between the labyrinth of consciousness and the real world, just like the barrier between the demon world and the realm of the gods in the northern wilderness. Even if the two worlds were separated by a very strong barrier and could not communicate, there would always be one or two weak points for people to exploit. For the time being, he believed that the bottom of the demonic abyss was like that. The connection was made, but they accidentally talked about something that should not be said. The ruler of this world was too agitated and kicked them out of the room. According to the information obtained from Jing Yuanji, well, that was all, and it was not useful at the moment. As for what she was going to say, he was more concerned about what she wanted to say that touched the taboo. One is memory, the other is recognition. Recognition of what? Did I hear the wrong syllables or something? Yun Nuoxing frowned in distress. There was no hint or connection. Even if he guessed the recognition or something, he might not know which was the answer. Yao Guang had been standing next to him in a daze. After a while, he suddenly saw a gloomy look on Hao Ren's face. He blinked curiously and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses, sighed, and shook his head. "Nothing, I just thought of something. I was thinking about it just now, and I felt a little headache." Yun Nuoxing stood in place and sorted out her thoughts for a while. Then, she let out a long sigh of relief. Let's walk around here. Mei Mao Yao Guang flapped her fan, nodded, and followed him. She felt that something must have happened to him that she couldn't understand, because that daze was too focused. That's right, he was so focused that it didn't seem like he was thinking about anything. He only started to think and organize after his daze. He was probably thinking and organizing something that he had just seen. It was very similar to someone she knew. However, she didn't say anything, nor did she ask. She knew that there were some things in this world that couldn't be known, especially for people like her who weren't strong enough. After walking around in the abyss for half an hour, Yun Nuashing kept trying to contact Jing Yuanji and the others, but to no avail. He decided to leave this place with Yao Guang. Seems like this is the end of this place. Let's... Yun Nuashing turned around to look at Yao Guang. Suddenly, he saw 2 fist-sized balls of light floating in the darkness behind him. He couldn't help but be stunned. When Yao Guang saw him, she was also stunned. She also turned around, and both of them were stunned. Perhaps it was because she was already nervous in the abyss. Yao Guang reacted in an instant. She pulled out her broken sword and swung it at the space in front of her. A cold light bloomed, but she didn't feel anything. Her expression changed, but the 2 balls of light that looked like eyes suddenly disappeared. Impulsive girl. Yun Nuashing didn't expect Yao Guang to react so quickly. He lowered his head and saw that Yao Guang had already stopped. He looked at the space in front of him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You've alerted the things in the abyss. Yao Guang was taken aback and subconsciously took a step back. Her expression became slightly flustered, as if it was just as he had said. She felt that something was slowly moving in this dark space, and a myriad of hostility was being exposed from the space, oppressing them. Hui, get ready for a big one. Yun Nuashing roared in her soul. She didn't care if the guy above had received it or not. She curled her hair and pulled Yao Guang up to the sky. Let's go. When the 2 of them made their moves, the dark energy that had been accumulating at the bottom of the demonic abyss for countless years suddenly surged like boiling water. Waves of energy that could destroy the balance of the world surged, chasing after the 2 of them like maggots. Ugh! Yun Nuashing's expression turned serious. The mark of origin on his body lit up with a dazzling light. It seemed that even if the demonic abyss was just a misconception, the power of origin would still instinctively react to this kind of power that was definitely not on the side of order. He even couldn't control his own power for a moment. His body paused for a moment, allowing the boiling dark energy to rush in front of him. After that, the dark energy brought the collapsing energy right in front of him. God knows how many times it changed in the darkness. It didn't even know what it turned into as it rushed towards them. Stay behind me and don't move. With a flick of his hair, he threw Yao Guang behind him and wrapped Jing Yuanji behind him. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand with an incomparably dignified expression. Just as he was about to urge his own energy, he suddenly found that his right hand was surging with an unusually dazzling color, causing him to be stunned. Just as he was feeling bewildered in his heart, his right hand pointed forward. Red, black, green, blue, and other colors of energy covered his arm, and then in the next moment, it suddenly exploded. A vast amount of energy that he could not control suddenly burst out. A dazzling energy beam burst out from the palm of his hand. In less than a second, an indescribable destructive energy burst out from the abyss and pierced through the clouds. Boom! After receiving the news, Hui, who was hovering in the sky and gathering energy, suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Before he could react, a dazzling energy of 1,000 feet in size shot up into the sky from 10 feet in front of him. The huge energy caused the entire space to shake violently. He was pushed back a distance by the sudden impact of the majestic and mighty energy, and the energy he gathered dissipated. What the F***CK? Origin energy? Foam blew up the abyss. Yun Nuashing was also looking at his hand with a dumbfounded expression. The path that was blocked by the dark energy in front of him was suddenly unobstructed. The energy that had just erupted had purified the surrounding dark energy. At this moment, his vision was incomparably clear. Even the dark energy below had dissipated a lot. Yao Guang looked at this scene in a daze. He looked at the bottom of the abyss and then looked at the top. He could actually see the bright sunlight from the entrance of the abyss. In that instant, all the dark energy in the area was completely purified. The feeling of his arm being controlled disappeared in the next second. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, and the origin energy instantly stopped moving. However, his right hand that had just erupted with the origin energy suddenly felt uncomfortable. There was a weak tearing and swelling pain. He couldn't help but frown. Although the origin energy was powerful and had the highest destructive power against non-order energy in the Dayuan realm, every time he used it, his body would be damaged. That's not right. He didn't want to use it. It was the B*TCH that activated it. Sure enough, the essence of the origin energy had done something to it. It even automatically counterattacked. He had never used such a skill before. However, using the origin energy this time was much better than the first and second time being tormented by the origin energy. The last time he used the origin energy, he suffered a heavier backlash. It was probably because his body was starting to adapt to this kind of energy. From a long-term perspective, this should be a good thing, right? Let's go before the energy recovers. He curled his hair and carried Jing Yuanji on his back, then pulled Yao Guang, and Yun Nua's star rushed upwards. After this disturbance, the energy of the demon abyss, and even the dark energy wandering in the wilderness of Heaven Wasteland, would weaken a lot. However, the signs of demonic creatures gathering would not change in a short time. This was the matter of the people of this world, and he could not care so much. Before they got out of the abyss, Yun Nuashing's eyes caught a glimpse of a figure waving his hand outside the abyss. He looked at the direction, and the power of space surged and teleported out with Yao Guang. Hui felt the power of space fluctuating beside him. He moved aside a little and turned his head to see Yun Nuashing and the others emerging from the space. "Phone, I thought something happened to you down there. You even used the origin energy. It's just a small matter. It's not a big deal. As for the origin energy..." Hearing him mention the origin energy, Yun Nuashing was a little depressed. "Damn it, I didn't want to use it. It was the origin energy that moved by itself." "Ah, it's okay. It's just a small matter." Yun Nuashing sighed and quickly explained the matter of him contacting Jing Yuanji through his soul. Only then did he look around. The origin energy erupted from the demon abyss, and the huge energy impact made the already dilapidated terrain of the Heaven Wasteland wilderness even more dilapidated. This place had been tossed into a scene after a disaster broke out, and it was not known if those monsters would climb out of the ground. Yao Guang also looked at the infinite wasteland that had changed greatly. His pretty face twitched. If this matter is written in the report, the higher-ups probably won't admit it, right? Well, if we write it together, it's probably okay. But to talk about what happened, the leader of the other team hesitated. Then, everyone looked at Yun Nuashing. After a moment, they all smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. We can't afford to offend this ancestor. Instead of letting them trouble him, it's better to let those fellows who have doubts come and take a look themselves. In the past, there would be many traces of battle in the infinite wasteland. But this time, the damage to the hinterland was too severe. Even the central circle and the border near the east were not lightly affected. The huge cracks that were hundreds of feet wide could not be covered up. The infinite wasteland did not have the ability to repair itself. Yao Guang looked at the open demonic well behind him. Mei Mao narrowed her eyes. The demonic well was no longer spewing out energy. There was still some energy at the bottom of the demonic well, but it would take a long time for it to return to its original state. The energy reaction of the abyss has decreased to the lowest level. The energy in the infinite wasteland will probably decrease layer by layer. After this incident, almost 90% of the demonic creatures in the hinterland have died. The pressure from the infinite wasteland wilderness is estimated to be 90%, less than before. There won't be any movement for many years. This is great news. The golden-haired young man said, What's the pressure from the infinite wasteland? Yun Nuashing and Hui walked over from the side. They were curious when they heard their conversation. Everyone looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Yao Guang was used to the situation where this overly powerful lord did not know anything. He took the initiative to explain, the infinite wasteland is the northernmost part of the continent. At the same time, it is also the closest location to the center of the continent. The lingering energy in the infinite wasteland gathers together and can easily breed demonic creatures. The overproduced demonic creatures will condense a large area of domain, which will expand their sensing range of energy. When the amount of energy gradually increases to the point where they can sense the aura of life outside, the demonic creatures will form a wave. Oh, and then they will attack the place that belongs to the order region, right? Yun Nuashing nodded to show that she understood. This is also one of the key observation factors for your exploration. Yao Guang also nodded. In addition to observing the number of demonic creatures in the infinite wasteland to determine the situation, there is another reason, to come regularly to clean up a certain number of demonic creatures that have gathered. Yun Nuashing and Hui exchanged a glance with each other and couldn't help sighing inside. It's the nature of being born out of nothing again. From the dark energy to the abyss, death fog, and the chaotic tide caused by the twisted races. It seems that the creations derived from these things could transform all the energy in the energy field and create similar energy creations out of nothing. In their words, it's a very cheap, disgustingly simple, but highly efficient way to create soldiers. Although they could only create cannon fodders. When these cannon fodders were replaced by fine cannon fodders, senior cannon fodders, and more advanced cannon fodders, whose quantity was multiplied by trillions, well, it became the current situation in the 8 elements realm. The cannon fodders of the netherworld could kill the middle and lower planes by throwing out cannon fodders. Then they would invade the upper planes and turn the entire 8 elements realm into a mess. What's more, the netherworld could destroy the middle and lower planes by throwing out cannon fodders. After that, they would invade the upper planes and turn the entire 8 elements realm into a mess. Other than the infinite wasteland, there should be other places that have this level of demonic creatures, right? Hui asked. The infinite wasteland alone should not be able to annihilate the power of order in this world. Everyone looked even more surprised, but this time their eyes calmed down. In short, the other party was very powerful and had saved their lives. As long as these two natures did not change, they could ignore all the incomprehensible situations of these two ancestors. Yao Guang already had such an idea, so he did not think about anything and directly said, "The infinite wasteland at the northern end of the continent is one of the most powerful demonic creatures. The other places across the West Pole Sea and the East Mountain Range, there are 2 largest demonic creatures on both sides. However, the demonic creatures born there are only unusually large numbers, and there are no particularly powerful individuals. Therefore, the alert level is not particularly high in normal times. These 2 places will launch a demonic creature to hit the continent every 10 years, crossing the sea and the mountains to rush to the world where humans live. As for the infinite wasteland, there will be a demonic creature attack every 3 years. It is already the 3rd year since the last demonic creature attack in the infinite wasteland. The demonic creature attack will happen in less than 100 days, and every time it will cause extremely serious damage to the world where humans live." Oh, those 1,000 tyrant-class monsters were prepared for this. Yun Nuashing let out a long, "Oh." Yao Guang smiled bitterly. Logically speaking, this should be the case, but they were all killed by you in the demonic abyss. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at him and said seriously, "If that's the case, this year's demonic creature attack might have ended early." The other two demonic creatures attack once every 10 years, and they come together. It has just been the 4th year, so there won't be any major incidents. Because of this, we have more time to breathe. Time to breathe, huh? Yun Nuashing muttered to herself. This was a world that was plagued by long and incoherent wars. Every once in a while, the demonic creatures would invade the world of order. The creatures of order in this world had been fighting against the dark energy and monsters for a long time. They had even organized a set of highly effective methods to fight against them. However, even so, the power of order was still weak, and there was no way for them to completely resist the dark energy. That was nonsense. This was an energy that was as powerful as the annihilation energy. It was just that the non-order energy was weaker. For such a level of energy to exist in this world, it was simply a miracle that it could produce life. Moreover, the creatures of order in this world weren't that strong. From Yun Nuashing's point of view, they were a little too weak. They were probably about the same as the creatures in the 3 elemental realms. However, the rules of the elemental realm were still the rules of the 8 elemental realm. Since there was no need to go deep into this world, there was no need for him to have a deep understanding of this world. These slightly more important things were also discussed briefly. He summarized all the information in one sentence. There was a troublesome thing in this world that was causing trouble. It was probably the demonic shadow that was sealed by the distorted races. Perhaps it took the initiative to cause trouble, or perhaps it did it unintentionally. But no matter what, it had left something that wasn't good for the world of order. In fact, he had reason to believe that the higher order origins of the distorted races might have disappeared from this world. Cough. Actually, he hoped that they had already disappeared. After all, that was a group of higher order origins. He had to be vigilant to deal with them. If he encountered them in this world, he might just sink this world into the void. Putting all these aside, objectively speaking, this was a bad world. It was as bad as the spirit land and the outside world. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was suddenly in a daze, Yao Guang couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do next?" "Us? We said before that we were going to the Northern Temple. Of course. It's time to return to the team. They should have left the everlasting plains by now." Yun Nuashing looked up and answered for a while before lowering her head. "What's wrong?" Yao Guang shrugged. "We still have to follow you to cross the everlasting plains. We're just asking if you have any plans." After that, she looked back at everyone. "Let's go to the Northern Temple first. We'll turn back when the time comes. That's not a problem. We still have plenty of food and water. It can last for many days." The blonde youth nodded. The others had the same idea. They were even a little expectant. "We actually haven't seen what the Northern Temple looks like. It's a good thing if we can see it." As they said that, everyone laughed as if they had recovered from the nightmare of the disaster. "Well, if you don't have any objections, let's go. This journey, well, it's still a little far." Yun Nuashing shrugged and swung her long hair. She took over the control of the energy barrier and flew up into the sky with everyone. We followed beside her and kept looking at the ground. He couldn't help but say, "The destruction is a little serious. The entire everlasting plains is cracked. I guess even the edge of the everlasting plains is affected." Hearing that, the blonde youth pondered for a while and whispered, "Actually, we hope that you can just smash it. Then there would be no worries, right? One of the 3 origins of the demonic tide would be missing." Yun Nuashing laughed. Everyone nodded seriously. That was the whole world. Bah, that was a great thing. They wouldn't have to risk their lives to come to this godforsaken place every time. But that was just a thought. They didn't dare to ask why they didn't just smash it. Anyone with a brain wouldn't say that kind of talk, probably wouldn't say it. Seeing the complicated expressions on everyone's faces, Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and shrugged. With their eyesight, they could tell what these youngsters were thinking. So they said casually, "Although we can't smash the everlasting plains directly, there might be another way to make the demonic tide disappear. Do you believe it?" a way to make the demonic tide disappear. Everyone was stunned, and completely disappear. As long as we succeed, there will be no more demonic tide in the world. Yun Nuashing said seriously, Yao Guang imagined that kind of scene. A world without the influence of the demonic tide, such a world might be beautiful. But does that method really exist? Chapter 1440. There were some secrets in this world. Such a statement seemed to be something that only scholars and dupes would say. As long as the listener showed a trace of interest, they would continue with a lot of specious statements. Apart from making the listener feel that they did not understand, there was no other use for them. Perhaps there was some useful information mixed in, or perhaps they had unintentionally told a part of the truth, even if it was made up by themselves. Or perhaps what kind of secrets or truths existed in this world. Yao Guang had been thinking about these things. Ever since she was a child, she had been nagged by her grandfather, her teachers, and her friends in the academy. Later, when she joined the team to resist the demonic wave, she would hear some mysterious statements from time to time. However, those who said these things seemed to be out of habit or to tease the newcomers. They would only mention it once and never continue. Perhaps they themselves did not understand or know the answer to these things, but they had left a small seed in her heart. That seed still sprouted in her heart, but it had been buried for so long that she had almost forgotten about it. Compared to those insignificant things, resisting the demonic wave and fighting the monsters were obviously more important. Over time, she had forgotten that she had fantasized about those seemingly unrealistic things. Until now, when she heard Yun Nuashing's words, even though it was just a casual remark, it still dug out those buried memories. This world. Many years ago, there was no demonic wave, and the continent was not as divided as it was now. At that time, the sky was still very pure, and there was only one ocean. There was no name, and there was no everlasting wilderness. The two huge demonic waves originated from human settlements, and the northern shrine was still a place of pilgrimage in the hearts of countless people. The number of travelers on the road would never decrease. Occasionally, there would be some major incidents, and it would only be a fight between the lords of various regions because they did not like each other. It would not evolve into a large-scale war. This world lasted for a long time, and no one knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed. Until one day the demonic wave came, the world suddenly fell into another cycle. Destruction and rebirth were constantly happening in this world. The war between the Order and the demons began. Humans and the demons fought back and forth. The territory of the demons was suppressed to the point that it could not grow at all. The demons were only limited to a certain area. Humans even had the leisure to enclose a piece of land and banish it outside of the world of Order to study it and observe it. Then the heavenly wasteland descended. Everything fell into the worst dream. After thousands or even tens of thousands of years, it finally evolved into the current situation. The territory of the humans had shrunk to less than half of its original size. When Yun Nuashing mentioned the end of the demonic wave, Yao Guang's heart throbbed slightly. She had also thought of such an outcome, but it was ultimately just a fantasy buried in the deepest part of her heart. She did not really think about what would happen if it really came true. Perhaps the world would return to the situation tens of thousands of years ago, but there was also a possibility that it would not happen. The demonic wave's impact on this world was too severe. Suddenly being thrown from one reality to another, perhaps. No, there would not be a worse situation. Even if the trajectory of life was changed all of a sudden, it would be a change towards a better and brighter future. She also had a little hope in her heart. She saw a little hope from Yun Nuashing, the hope of ending the demonic wave. Perhaps it was just her unwillingness to admit defeat to this hopeless reality that was disturbing her. Crossing the heavenly wasteland wilderness, they found a slightly peaceful place in a barren land with only a faint mist drifting around. Young Master Shin turned back and looked at the interior of the heavenly wasteland wilderness. When the earthquake happened just now, everyone was focused on running, so they couldn't see what happened inside. However, he saw it clearly. He just didn't expect that Brother Yun and the others would make such a big commotion when they went in. He didn't know how they were. This is a place that was once occupied by the everlasting wilderness. Mr. Yu found a few places on the brownish-yellow land to test. Then he turned around and nodded to everyone. There is no problem. The place that was once occupied by the edge of the everlasting wilderness has completely changed its direction and retreated. The changes in the land are the best proof. But a place that was affected by the aura of the everlasting wilderness would become a barren land like this. A young man squatted down and pinched a handful of brownish-yellow sand with his hand. He rubbed it gently with his fingertips, and it completely turned into fine sand particles that drifted away with the wind. The land has no vitality at all. Even if it leaves the everlasting wilderness, it may not return to its original state for thousands of years. This energy contains a very powerful destructive force. It can cause irreversible damage to the nature of things and the nature of things. Young Master Shin walked over from the side. As he walked, he said, "It is not that it will not return to its original state for thousands of years. If there is no way to purify it, this land will always be like this." Since the rules were completely destroyed, there was no longer any vitality left. If they wanted to restore it, they would have to start from the rules. So serious. Everyone's expression turned serious. The young man scratched his head. No wonder I heard the people in charge of purification say that this land will be completely ruined if it is left there, but it is impossible for it to return to its original state. So, for those lands that have been contaminated by demons, there will be people who will help to restore if it is not serious. Basically, they will just give up if it is serious. Our human territory seems to be shrinking bit by bit like this. Compared to tens of thousands of years ago, our territory seems to have shrunk by 3 times. Another young man shrugged and said, "We can't tell you more about it now, but it will be clear when the time comes. Maybe we will have to fight the demons at the front lines." Young Master Shin was a little surprised. "So, you came to the Northern Temple for, if I die on this journey, I won't have to go to other places to make a fool of myself. If I come back alive, I'll have to report to the Holy Blade Army. I'll probably join the Purification Division. Compared to going to the battlefield and killing enemies, I think this is more suitable for me. If I force myself to go to other places, it'll be easy for me to harm others." Only then did young Master Shin understand why these young people took things so hard and came to these places. He did not expect that there was such a reason in the middle. It was as if the meaning of this trip had been forcibly changed, and they had interfered. Along the way, it was very thrilling, but nothing happened. This is what they call fate, young man. Hurry up and join that. Oh, Brother Yun is back. Young Master, Shin muttered in his heart for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his head and waved in the direction of the heavenly wasteland. He threw 2 energy beams into the air as a sign. Swoosh! As soon as the energy that was thrown into the sky disappeared, a vortex appeared in the surrounding space. Then, a group of people walked out of the vortex. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Why did this guy have to bring people back every time he went out? Last time, he only brought a few people back. This time, he directly dragged a group of people back. Speaking of which, the demon wave was approaching. Why were there so many people going to the Northern Temple at this time? The young people were stunned. But these people did not look like they were going to the Northern Temple. Judging by their clothes, although they were tattered, they should be. "You are the Holy Blade Army?" As soon as Yao Guang and the others landed on the ground, they subconsciously turned around and saw a group of people staring at them. They were stunned for a moment and looked at them curiously. Are these people going to the Northern Temple? They are very brave to choose to go to the Northern Temple at such a time. Why are the Holy Blade Army here? Mr. Yu asked, puzzled. The demon wave is less than 100 days away. We were sent to the heavenly wasteland to investigate the situation. The blond young man waved his hand and looked at Yun Nuashing. Then we were trapped by demons in the hinterland. In the end, we were saved by them. The young man with the big sword on his back said, "Our talismans were all destroyed. We had to leave with this senior. He has a way to protect us and leave the heavenly wasteland. But I am too lazy to make 2 trips, so I brought them to the northern temple first. We will talk about it when we get back." This was Yun Nuashing's words. Then everyone let out a long, "Oh." One by one, they understood why the Holy Blade Army was here. The young man who said that he wanted to join the Purification Department came forward and whispered, "Well, is the heavenly wasteland going to be in a bad situation this time?" He had seen a few of them from afar. They were all very famous experts, but he didn't know much about them. According to the original situation, it is quite bad. Yao Guang and the others had a strange look on their faces. They did not know how to explain what they just saw. The blond young man coughed and said, "But this senior has already solved the problem." Everyone, ? Yun Nuashing and the others walked to their positions and looked around. Then they turned around and said to everyone, "Do you want to rest? If not, let's go." Mr. Yu looked at everyone and asked. After knowing that everyone still had some strength left, he waved his hand and said, "Then let's continue. Although we have left the heavenly wasteland, it is still safer to go further away. There is no guarantee that demons will not gather and crawl out from the edge of the heavenly wasteland. The demons that leave the heavenly wasteland will become more violent." Yao Guang and the others turned their heads and looked a little embarrassed. Those demons would not come out in a short period of time. The demonic wave in the heavenly wasteland would be delayed for a long time. There might not be another demonic wave for years. If something unexpected happened during the journey, it was just a small interlude. For now, Yun Nuashing and the others were still on their way to the northern temple. According to Mr. Yu, once they crossed the heavenly wasteland, they would not be far from the northern temple. But the not far here referred to not far in sight. As for the northern temple, they would never be able to reach it. There's a kind of gap between us and the northern temple. Everyone has it. We can see it and leave a picture of it without any impact. But there is no way to get there. It is not the difficulty of the journey or the road, but there is no way for us to get close to it. As Mr. Yu spoke, he took out a map. There was a large black spot in the north of the map, which was probably the heavenly wasteland. And in the upper left corner of the heavenly wasteland, there was a piece of land that looked like a peninsula. It was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and an island on the other side that was connected to the mainland. In terms of size, it was particularly large, about 1/4 of the size of the mainland. The large peninsula was outlined with 3 or 4 layers of black lines. Yun Nuashing pointed at the peninsula and asked, "Is the northern temple in this area?" "That's right." Mr. Yu nodded. "From the moment we set foot in that area, the northern temple could be anywhere. By then, only we, the guides, can find its real location and then go to pay our respects." An idea suddenly popped up in Huey's mind. What would happen if I saw the northern shrine and kept walking towards it? Mr. Yu seemed to know that they would ask such a question. He laughed heartily and said, "We advance and the northern temple retreats. We retreat and the northern temple advances, maintaining a constant distance." That's right. Every time I see the northern temple, it is always the same size and the distance is constant. Then what if we keep chasing until we reach the edge of the peninsula? Hui pointed at the edge of the peninsula. Will the northern temple retreat into the sea? Mr. Yu was stunned, and so were the others. They did not expect him to ask such a question. Logically speaking, it should be. Yu tugged at his hair in confusion. He had never thought of this question before. Besides, no one had ever been so foolish as to chase after her to such an extent. Hee, I don't believe that no one has tried to chase after it. Some people have even chased it to the edge. It's just that you don't know, no one knows. Hui chuckled. There was no such thing as religion in this world. The reverence for the northern temple was only because no one knew what was going on. It was not because of faith, it was just reverence. The so-called pilgrimage was just a beautification. To put it bluntly, it was just like going shopping, just that the place was a little special. If they could really set foot on the Northern Temple, there would definitely be people who would choose to do so. Its image in everyone's mind was just mysterious and strange, not really sacred and untouchable. Coincidentally, they were the best at dealing with mysteries and strangeness. He patted Yun Nuashing on the shoulder and whispered, "Feng, what do you think is the reason?" "The rules are limited. Some kind of territory, some kind of enchantment, or maybe the Northern Temple is just an illusion. It's not even in that place." Yun Nuashing said a few things in one breath. Or maybe this is just a trace of the rules leaked from the concept layer. Only the guide and the people led by the guide can see it. In fact, there's no such thing as the Northern Temple or... We also helped to fill in the gaps. Young Master Shin listened with interest and discussed for a while, but in the end, they did not come to a conclusion. After all, they knew too much. As for the specific situation, they would have to go to the scene to find out. In the second half of the journey, because of the addition of Yao Guang and the others, the Holy Blade Army could take care of all the not-so-dangerous, troublesome things on the way. Yun Nuashing and the others were also happy to be idle. When they were escorting, they walked around and looked at the rules nearby. They looked at the situation around them and tried to let their power penetrate the rules around them. Besides, they were already in the second half of the journey, so there was basically no danger. The biggest danger had just passed not long ago. Yun Nuashing thought that when they got close to the Northern Temple, there would be other changes in the surroundings, such as changes in the rules, changes in the energy, or touching something. However, until they plunged into the range of the peninsula, there were still no changes in these things, which made them wonder if they were wrong. He wanted to find Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian to verify the situation, but he could not get in touch with the consciousness maze. In the concept layer of the rules, he did not find any similar rules related to the consciousness maze. Perhaps it was because they were close to the sea. There was a large swamp that cut across the entrance of the peninsula. The swamp was full of trees that were several meters tall. At the bottom of the swamp, there were signs that it had been submerged by water, as if the waves had just receded not long ago. Taking a light breath, one could clearly smell the smell of rotting substances in the air and the salty smell of seawater. When these two things were mixed together, it smelled like some kind of expired meat. Even if they knew it was harmless, they could not stand it psychologically after crossing a swamp, crossing a stretch of low-lying land that was submerged by seawater, and crossing a mountain range. The speed of Mr. Yu and the other two guides slowed down significantly. They held the black sticks in their hands and waved them at the sun and the moon from time to time. It seemed like they were using their unique method to determine the direction. On the other hand, Yun Nuashing and the others were much more straightforward. Every time, they had young Master Shin secretly use the energy crystals to determine the direction. Along the way, they had not made any mistakes. Now they finally showed up. At first, Mr. Ghost and the others could not figure out the direction, but the golden energy crystal kept pointing in the direction of the sea. In terms of direction, it was in the direction of the sea that was behind the infinite wilderness. Meanwhile, they had been following Mr. Ghost and the others on land, heading in the opposite direction. We sneaked out a few times in the name of scouting the route and circled the empty place where there were only waves. However, he did not find anything. The sea was empty, and only the water was churning. On the other hand, Mr. Ghost and the other guide took longer and longer to determine the direction. Their ability seemed to have stopped working after they came to this huge peninsula. It was not clear whether it was inaccurate or it was completely useless. The ability that was given to them had lost its effect, and the direction they were pointing in was actually fake. They were just wandering around randomly, hoping to find something that they thought was the Northern Temple. How much food and water do we have left? Mr. Ghost looked at everyone. Everyone checked their own condition, and at the same time looked at the others. Yao Guang helped to keep count. After a while he said, Divide all the food and water equally, and leave the time needed for the return journey. We have about 4 days left." Everyone could not help but sigh. 4 days was the limit. If they could not find the northern temple, they would have to return. They had used the best container they could get their hands on, and that was all they could bring. It was inevitable that they would feel uncomfortable if they had not found the northern temple. If they brought more food, would they be able to stay a little longer? In fact, they were mentally prepared for this outcome before they set off. It was not every time they went to the northern temple. Even Mr. Ghost, a guide who died of old age on the way, did not get to see it every time. If they did not see it, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Yun Nuashing and the rest gathered together and used the golden energy crystal to locate the northern temple again. They pinpointed 3 different places on the peninsula horizontally and vertically. Finally, they pinpointed in the ocean 300 miles north of the center of the heavenly wasteland. We had circled that place many times and still did not find anything. They also thought that if they did not see anything after some time, they would have to consider using some special means. "Actually, I have already used other methods to look for it," Yun Nuashing said to Hui and the rest. Hui, young Master Shin, and the other 2 looked at him in horror and whispered, "What did you do?" Yun Nuashing counted with his fingers and said, "Rule oscillation, rule detection, soul scanning, scrolling through the bottom level of the rule concept layer." Hui and the rest breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that. It was not too bad, as it would not affect them too much. Then Yun Nuashing suddenly changed the topic and said, "Void stripping, void disintegration, void separation, and the real-world space. Rule locking, rule destruction, rule disturbance, order restriction, order enchantment, order blockade, and even used a large-scale energy shock to disturb the bottom level of the rule sea." The 3 of them were speechless. Suddenly, they felt that if this world was not in trouble, it was not as simple as being lucky. This was probably a world that was favored by the void. And then I got some information, but it will take some time to confirm it. Let's wait and see first. Yun Nuashing shrugged at last. Hui let out a long breath and glanced at Jing Yuanji, who was carried by him all the way. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see a drop of sweat on the little girl's face. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Under the guidance of Mr. Ghost and the rest, they had almost traversed a third of the peninsula. They had been to the wilderness, the jungle, the mountains, and the lake. Some of the places were where Mr. Ghost and the rest had seen the northern temple, and some were new places they had set foot on this time. However, no matter where they went, they did not see the temple that they imagined. As the time came closer and closer, the disappointment on their faces was about to affect other parts of their bodies. On the night of the 3rd day, they stopped at an open space halfway up the mountain. In fact, they had already walked to this position and were ready to return at any time. At this point, no one had any hope. The occasional sighs and discussions in the camp were mixed with sighs. Mr. Ghost was used to it. He had seen more of such situations in his life, but it could not be helped. Even they could not find the northern temple, and they did not expect others to be able to find it. They could only say that they were unlucky this time. If there was a next time, they would have to come again next time. No longer holding on to hope, they prepared to return. On the morning of the 4th day, they began to pack their things. Yao Guang noticed that Yun Nuashing was standing alone at the edge of the cliff, looking at the place where the sun rose. He did not move for a long time and could not help but walk over. "What are you looking at?" "The sun." Yun Nuashing smiled and let out a sigh of relief. "And something reflected by the sun." "Reflected by the sun is referring to—" Yao Guang turned his head in confusion and looked in the direction of Yun Nuashing's gaze. Suddenly his eyes widened. Hidden in the sun, shown by the scattered rays of the sun and reflected between heaven and earth. That was Chapter 1441. As the light of dawn descended, what appeared in front of him was a white palace. It was wide and long. Of course, he could not see its sides and could only look at it from the front. He could not tell whether it was wide or not. He could only tell that it was long and not very tall. As for the style, it was a style he had never seen before. It did not look like the style of the realm of the gods, the buildings of the twisted races, or the buildings of other worlds he had seen in the void. As for whether or not this had anything to do with Kanzaki, Seiji recalled the pitifully few buildings from the mythological era that he had seen before. For example, the few palaces that Hui had constructed in accordance with the rules of the mythological era, or the buildings in the original world that he remembered. No matter how much he thought about it, Seiji was unable to find any similarities between these buildings. Perhaps this building wasn't really related to those buildings. It was something new, something that he hadn't recognized yet. Yao Guang was stunned when she saw the shrine in the distance. It was just there with a blue sky and white clouds as the background. The clouds even passed through it. The shrine was transparent, like a shadow. She didn't feel any sense of holiness from it. The shrine didn't give her any other feeling. It was as ethereal as an illusion. The reason she was stunned was because they had definitely been there 2 days ago. However, they didn't see anything when they went there. Why could they see it now? What was hidden in it? Yao Guang was stunned. God knows. Mr. Ghost and the others gradually noticed the situation here. They put down the weapons in their hands and walked over. Then they were stunned by the scene in front of them. They quickly turned around and waved. No one said a word. Soon, everyone gathered at the cliff and looked at the distant temple. For a moment, they were a little emotional. As Yun Nuashing and the others knew, the people who came here did not seem to be satisfied with their faith when they saw the Northern Temple. The so-called Northern Temple was just a conceptual goal in their hearts. At this time, the Northern Temple just happened to be here and was rumored to be a myth. It could also be something else, anything else. Even a small statue could replace the position of the Northern Temple. What they were really emotional about was that they had crossed mountains and rivers and crossed the heavenly wasteland to finally see this thing and achieve their goal. After all, there was really no religion in this world. Hui snuck around and whispered to young Master Shin. Young Master Shin took out the golden energy crystal and pointed it in the direction of the temple. After a moment, he nodded at Hui. Seeing this, Hui grinned and turned to the distant temple. He bent down and then bang! A sound accompanied by a sonic boom suddenly exploded. Everyone was blown away by the shockwave. They quickly stabilized themselves and saw a shadow rushing in the direction of the shrine. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui and seemed to understand what he wanted to do. She shook her hair and wrapped it around Jing Yuanji. She then pointed her right hand at the space in front of her. Space, rule seal. What you see is permission and reality. A white halo of energy visible to the naked eye flashed under his feet, causing everyone to be stunned. That energy was not used on them, but only made them absent-minded for a moment. When they came back to their senses, they saw that the fluttering, cloud-like temple suddenly seemed to have a physical body and was fixed in space. Phone! I saw it. It's really a shadow. Come and take a look. A moment later, she received Huey's reply in her soul. Yun Nuashing nodded and waved her hand. Just as she was about to bring everyone over, Mr. Ghost suddenly asked nervously, "What are you going to do?" "Go and take a look at that shrine," Yun Nuashing said in a matter-of-fact tone. She tilted her head and saw the nervousness in his eyes. She could not help but ask, "You don't have any so-called beliefs, right? Or are you worried about what you do to that shrine?" No, that's not the reason." As expected, Mr. Ghost shook his head and looked a little embarrassed. "I'm just afraid that you will destroy that shrine." Yun Nuashing and the rest were speechless. Sensing that they were a little stunned, Mr. Ghost explained, "You seem to have come with a different purpose from all of us from the beginning. This made me think that maybe you can come across that shrine, or something like that." "Well, maybe we can, maybe." Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. She waved her hand and grabbed everyone and floated forward quickly. "Let's not talk about whether we can touch it or not. Now, let's take a look at the truth that has been hidden for 1,000 years. The truth." Yao Guang subconsciously grabbed the corner of his shirt. When they were in the abyss of demons, he also grabbed the corner of his shirt, like this, when he was feeling uneasy. Yun Nuashing said concisely, "Let's go and take a look." Then everyone fell silent. They flew forward with a nervous and slightly expectant attitude. Then they were surprised to see that the pure white temple in their line of sight was really getting closer little by little. They could already clearly see the details of the temple, as well as some exquisite reliefs on the exterior walls. Hearing the uncontrollable excitement behind her, Yun Nuashing said, "Don't get too excited. You can't touch this thing." She brought everyone to a few meters in front of the shrine that was just like a mist. Yun Nuashing was about to look around when Hui came out of the shrine. His figure wandered around the shrine, but there were no changes to the shrine. There were no ripples like a reflection in the water. There were no waves. "Foam! I've dismantled this place, but I didn't find anything." Yun Nuashing tilted her head. "What did you do?" "I've dismantled it and used all kinds of methods. But as you can see, it didn't affect this thing at all." As Hui spoke, he slapped the shrine in front of him. The forest below, less than 100 meters away, rumbled and kicked up dust. The clouds in front of them were scattered. These 2 marks told everyone how big the attack range was, but it didn't affect the shrine standing in front of them at all. Yao Guang and the others were now able to remain indifferent to their weird actions. It was tiring to be alarmed, so it was better to just watch them quietly. At the same time, they also took a look at the temple in front of them. Perhaps it was just a shadow. They had never been so close to the legendary Northern Temple before. Mr. Spectre took out a drawing board from the container. His hand that was holding the brush danced so fast that it left afterimages. The young man who had seen his drawing before couldn't help but lean forward. It was an enlarged drawing of the temple, probably to the scale of the temple in front of them. Compared to the pure white temple without any decorations before, there were many exquisite reliefs on it, and the layout was also three-dimensional. Yun Nuashing came to young Master Shin's side. "You keep an eye on these people. I'll go in and take a look. I'm worried that these worlds will affect them if they touch it." "Oh, don't worry. Go in. We'll keep watch outside." Young Master Shin smiled gently. Hearing this, Yao Guang suddenly moved to Yun Nuashing's side. "Well, I want to see it too, Yun Nuashing." "Then I'll use you as an experiment. I can save one person in time, but I can't save a group of people in time." As he spoke, he spread his hands. He had to find a reason to bring people in. Otherwise, what he said before would seem a little stupid. Hui led the way in front, but there was nothing to do. He just turned around and led the way into the phantom in front of them. Yun Nuashing also walked into the shrine with Yao Guang. When he left, he used his own energy to protect the latter. He was worried that there might be something here that could only be triggered by people from this world. However, his worry seemed to be a little unnecessary. They had been in here for a few minutes, and the air was so quiet that nothing happened. But he dared not let his guard down. The pure white shrine was like a shadow. The internal structure could not be seen. From the outside, it looked very real. There were doors and stairs. However, when they went through the door, what they saw was not the layout of another space behind the door. All they saw was white. It was as if when they walked into this phantom, their vision would be stained with white. Other than that, there was no other color. However, Yao Guang could still see Yun Nuashing and the others clearly. They were following him closely and looking around curiously. "Is this what the northern shrine looks like?" Yao Guang could not help but move closer to Yun Nuashing. He whispered, "Why is there no physical body? Is it really just a shadow? The legendary place that has been passed down for countless years is actually a lie?" Yun Nuashing shook her head. "Of course not. There are some, things that you can't understand. But I can tell you with certainty that the Real Northern Shrine should exist in this world. It's just that what you see in front of you you can treat it as a shadow." Yao Guang replied with an, "Oh." He picked the words that he could understand in the middle and chose to understand them. Hui heard this and asked, "You saw some clues?" "Ah, probably." Yun Nuashing nodded. "The situation is not as complicated as I thought at first. It's probably a certain kind of rule mapping. Its body is real, and the rule it contains is very powerful. For example, a certain kind of powerful rule creation. When it can't control its own rule, power, and rule, this power is captured by the concept level of the rule. However, due to some reasons, the captured rule power did not settle down to the bottom level of the rule, nor did it become a trace of rule imprint there. Instead, it floats in that level like a wandering soul. Then, when there are some gaps in the real world that connect to the concept level of the rule, it will be mapped out from there." Hui scratched his chin and said, "There are a lot of restrictions. First of all, the thing itself is not under its own control. Second, its power needs a long time to dissipate before it can be captured by the conceptual layer of rules. Third, only when the conceptual layer of rules is not peaceful and not stable will it occasionally crack open in the space of the real world. According to the legends of this world, it seems that there are 3 or 4 periods where the world would split apart in a year of 432 days, but it is also unstable. Then the conceptual layer of this world's rules is rather fragile and a little violent." Hui suddenly clapped his hands. "It's a little like what we thought when we came in." Yun Nuashing was stunned. After thinking for a while, he also let out a long "oh." The demonic shadow was sealed, and his own situation was not good. This world had been sealed back and forth 3 times, and the rules must have been affected. The concept layer of the rules was very unstable because of the power of the seal and the demonic shadow himself. So it made sense. There was an 80% chance that the demon shadow was inside the temple. "Well, now we need to find something to confirm our guess." Yun Nuashing floated left and right, sensing the surroundings from time to time. The location was very close. "Found it." Hui curiously came over. "What are you looking for?" Yun Nuashing waved her hand and floated over with Yao Guang. Hui followed. The 3 of them floated to a position at the back of the temple. In the space in front of them, something like a crack suddenly appeared. The crack was very thin, only half the width of a palm. It was so small that it was almost invisible, and its body was covered by the pure white temple. The crack in the concept layer of rules. We were right. Hui understood when he saw the crack. That Yao Guang raised his hand weakly. When he saw the 2 looking at him, he shrunk his neck and whispered, "I think I understand a little. Why is the northern temple? Well, it can't be touched by others. That crack is where it is, isn't it?" Although the way the 2 of them spoke sounded strange, she filtered out the information she didn't understand and only listened to the parts she understood. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and felt a little surprised. This little girl who had never come into contact with the power of rules actually understood it at once. 1/5. All right, that part could be understood without needing to know anything about rules and such. It's not that simple. You saw this crack because you were beside us. Yun Nuashing pointed down. Yao Guang thought for a moment and suddenly understood. They were now more than 10 meters above the ground. The crack was so thin and had no special features. It probably could not be seen from the ground. Also, this shadow will change because of the phenomenon of observation. Yun Nuashing looked up and thought for a moment. He looked at her and said, "For example, I'm standing in front of you because you see me in front of you. You even come into contact with me, but there's someone standing far away looking at me. I'm just a little bit smaller. At this time, your observation angle is synchronized with that person's point of view." Yao Guang said in a daze, "Then I see you become very far away? Then in fact, it's still in the same place. It's just that the phenomenon you observe has changed." Yun Nuashing smiled at the smart girl. Yao Guang was deep in thought. Mei Mao wandered around a few times. "So what we see now, and the northern temple that appeared in history, is actually just a shadow that came out of this crack. Its real body has always been in the same place and has never changed. Smart girl. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded in agreement. Then where is the northern temple? Yao Guang asked nervously. Yun Nuashing and Hui turned to look at the sea that they had been looking at many times. Now it seemed that they should go there and have a look. Yao Guang followed their gaze and tilted her head. She could not see anything. 5 minutes later, Yun Nuashing and the other two came out of the temple. Everyone turned to look at them. Young Master Shin went up to them and asked, "How is it?" "It's just as I predicted. At most, there are some differences in the form." Hui shrugged and then turned to Mr. Yu and the others. "Are you done? Those who want to draw, those who want to record, just let me know when you're done. We still have a long way to go." "Looks like it's nothing." "Wait, you said we still have to go." Mr. Yu was dumbfounded. He had no idea what these people were planning. "But where are we going?" "To see the real body of the temple. I'm too lazy to go back and forth." Yun Nuashing yawned and said lazily, "If you don't want to go, we will send you to the place that leaves the heavenly wasteland." After what happened, everyone thought that the northern temple was just a shadow. When they heard what young Master Shin said, they were stunned again. "You know the real location of the northern temple? If I'm not mistaken, it should be." Everyone struggled for a long time and looked at each other many times. After 2 minutes, when Yun Nuashing could not help but urge them, they finally braced themselves and agreed. In their hearts, they were so curious about the mysterious temple that it was as if a cat was scratching them. After confirming that they did not have to make 2 trips, young Master Shin took out the golden energy crystal and checked the direction one last time. He nodded at Yun Nuashing and the others, and the group rushed toward the sea. On the vast sea, the land was very far away, beyond Yaoguang and the other site. Yun Nuashing and the others could still see the location of the land, but it was very small. They had no idea how far away they were from the land. In the direction of the land, which should be the heavenly wasteland, they could vaguely see some grayish white. There were not many clouds in the sky. The early morning sun shone on the surface of the sea, reflecting the constantly churning waves. There was no reflection. He cast his attention to the bottom of the sea. Intuition told him that there was something wrong with the sea. It was a little too quiet. 100 meters below the sea was the limit of his senses, but there was nothing in the sea. He had been paying attention to this situation for a few days. Every time he was on the sea, he couldn't help but want to look down, but he couldn't see anything. However, there were more than 1 or 2 strange places in this world, so he treated this as a feature of this world. He only paid attention to it for a while and then looked away. The guidance ends here. Young Master Shin suddenly stopped. The golden energy crystal in his hand dimmed and lost its light. "There's nothing. It's the same as the situation a few days ago. I can't see anything." Hui walked around and said to Yun Nuashing, "Feng, it's up to you. We can't solve the situation." Yun Nuashing nodded seriously. "Well, I don't feel anything." Everyone. "Huh." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and landed on the sea. As his feet touched the waves, the sea within a radius of thousands of feet turned into a huge ice cube. Even the waves maintained their original rolling motion. Hui led everyone to stand on the ice. Then he went over quickly. "You really don't feel anything?" Yun Nuashing frowned, his face full of confusion, although he wanted to tell him that this was a joke. But he really didn't feel anything. Just like the previous few times when his soul spread here, he didn't feel anything. Looking at his troubled expression, Hui knew that he was not joking. Suddenly he felt troubled. "Why don't you try and see if you can get the thing out of here? There's definitely something hidden here." "How do you want to try?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "Like blowing it up or something?" Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and did not want to talk to him anymore. Just blow it up when you're in trouble? Did this guy not consider the possibility of blowing up all the things he was hiding? However, Huey's actions were still somewhat useful. As Yun Nuoxing's thoughts spun, he had already thought of several methods that were different from the normal search. Perhaps they could be used to retrieve that thing. He freed his right hand and pretended that his palm was touching something. He silently chanted the Kenzaki language in his mind, then tried using various types of energy. In the end, he even managed to retrieve origin energy. He even flicked a drop of blood out from his finger. The drop of blood flew out for a few dozen meters before it landed on the ice and dissipated into energy. What are you doing?" The sudden voice in his ear interrupted his actions. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and saw that Yao Guang was looking at him, dumbfounded. Hui, young Master Shin, and the others were also stunned by the commotion just now. I'm trying to figure out how to open this place." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and laughed dryly. He casually made an origin energy and threw it out, trying to ease the awkwardness. Bang! The dark red energy suddenly hit the space 10 meters away. The energy shock wave that was visible to the naked eye swept across the whole world. The ice trembled violently, and the space suddenly rippled violently. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He couldn't use the origin energy to test it. He had to give it a slap. A moment later, the point where the space rippled suddenly opened. It was as if the energy barrier had suddenly opened and retreated in all directions. Then, the huge thing hidden behind the barrier slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a pure white temple. The walls were carved with exquisite reliefs, but it was different from the shadow they saw just now. This time, everyone felt a majestic aura from the temple. The one they saw just now was a shadow, but the one in front of them was the real thing. "You guys wait here for a while," Yun Nuoxing squeaked. He jumped over the temple before it fully appeared in the world. He stood in front of the door and raised his head. Hui also followed him lightly and dragged Yao Guang over. The little girl was not afraid of anything. Didn't she see that Mr. Yu and the others looked so serious? She still came over energetically. Then, she moved firmly to Yun Nuoxing's side. Ignoring Huey's strange gaze that was enough to make him beat him up, Yun Nuoxing stretched out his hand and touched the door lightly. "It's real, it really exists. There is a very dangerous energy flowing inside. This place may be the nest of that thing. How can it not be dangerous?" Hui said helplessly. He reached out his hands and pushed the door, but it didn't budge. It seemed to be locked. Chapter 1442. It was a pure white temple, and the surrounding walls were engraved with some inexplicable reliefs. They looked like animals, but they had no heads or faces at all. If they were scenery, it would be even more difficult for them. These strange reliefs that looked like the fragments of something exploded did not look like scenery. Yun Nuoxing looked more like the master of the temple, a guy who had nothing better to do one day and started to do art on the walls of his temple. He did not know what to do, so he could only combine the thoughts in his mind during the day with the unknown things in his subconscious to create the reliefs in front of him. Yes, he really felt that way. The relief sculptures in front of him were not that good looking. If one were to say that they had a special meaning like totems, that was probably because they were a few primordial realms away from the worldview. He really couldn't see any meaning in them. Excluding the first 40 eras of the great primordial realm and the last 100 eras, he had never seen anything like this. He didn't know what it was. These reliefs are a bit like the reliefs on some temples in the era when the demonic tide began 30,000 years ago. Yao Guang followed his gaze and also looked at the wall in front of them. Her jade-like hand gently stroked the cold wall as she said softly, "Oh!" Yun Nuoxing recovered from his thoughts and looked at her. "Is there any special meaning in them?" Yao Guang frowned and thought for a while. Her eyes showed that she was thinking. "It seems a little like a festival, a sacrifice, something. I can't remember it clearly. The records of the ancient era are not very clear. Although I have seen it, I can't remember the obscure knowledge." Yao Guang shook her head. Yun Nuoxing heard her and made a meaningless sound. He looked up at the wall in front of him. It had something to do with this world tens of thousands of years ago? Could it be that this world was created by that demonic shadow, a guy who was full of dark energy and stood at a higher position on the non-order ladder than he was on the order ladder, created such a world? He felt that there was something very wrong with this situation, but there was no need for him to feel that. The current situation of the great Mana Tide was a sign that something was wrong. The people of this world had lived well for tens of thousands of years. If one day a mass of black things suddenly descended from the sky and wreaked havoc everywhere, the people of this world would never surrender. They would rise up and fight. After tens of thousands of years of war, the territory of order in this world was reduced to less than half. This was interesting. He guessed, was it fattening it first and then slaughtering it? Or was it creating it first and then slowly destroying it? It was creating the world and then destroying it. Those things. Clang, clang. The sudden sound made Yun Nuashing and Yao Guang turn their heads. Hui was there, trying his best to break the 10-foot-tall door. After a long time, there was no movement. The latter was a little impatient and was now kicking the door. Yun Nuashing estimated that the strength of his 2 kicks could send a planet from the orbit of the sun to the sun, the kind that would arrive in 3 minutes. However, when it arrived, it would probably be a pile of debris. I can't find a way to open the door. Seeing the 2 of them looking at him, Hui scratched his head awkwardly. I thought I could break in or something. There is a very powerful law seal and energy seal engraved on the door. I can't believe you can come up with such a way to break in. Yun Nuashing smacked her lips and reached out to pat the door. Save your strength. The strength of the seal on the door is still very strong. Maybe it just jumped out that day to scare people. It's still lying in there now. But that energy is not the energy of distortion. Hui scratched his head in puzzlement. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Yes, the energy seal on the door is not the seal of the energy of distortion. It is the dark energy. Then what does this mean? That demonic shadow sealed itself in the temple? The group of high-tier heavenly gods had already found it and fought with it. But it knew that there was another group of more dangerous guys looking for it. So it locked the door? It sounded quite reasonable. However, judging from the energy on the door, with this energy it should be able to kill that group of high-tier heavenly gods of the distorted race without any effort. I don't understand. Yun Nuashing scratched her head in distress. Oh, then let's not talk about that first. Anyway, let's open the door first. Is your origin energy useful? Hui patted him on the shoulder. Let me try. Yun Nuashing walked forward and placed her right hand lightly on the door. Just as she was about to use her origin energy, she suddenly retracted her hand and looked at her palm hesitantly. Then, several bursts of dark red energy appeared together and gathered in her palm. She glanced at it and slapped the door in front of her. PFFF, a light palm. After a long time there was no sound at all. Yun Nuashing's face was full of black lines. The sound of the air exploding from the palm just now sounded like a low sneer at the moment, which made Hui and Yao Guang unable to restrain their laughter. There's no reaction. The energy has directly retracted. They don't want to work. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. This origin energy was infected with her laziness. No. Why did they suddenly want to go on strike? Weren't they quite happy when they were tormenting me? Why are they pretending to be dead now? Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth and urged her energy again. She slapped the door again. It did not move at all. There was no sound at all. Not even the slightest bit of energy impact came out. Hui held back his laughter and shook his arm a few times. Looking at the origin imprints engraved on his arm, he pondered for a moment. It's still not very coordinated. Fong, since your energy began to be infected with the origin energy, your control and coordination of energy has decreased a lot. Furthermore, origin energy is difficult to control. In this era, you may be the only one who can control origin energy. But even so, to use several origin energy at once You said they are in conflict? Hui shook his head. It's not coordinated. To put it simply, it might not be a problem usually. But now, they have encountered a non-orderly energy. Moreover, it's very high on the ladder. So, they are not willing to cooperate. The origin energy is emitting some disharmony. It's a bit like emotions, resentment, causing them to be unable to work together. I didn't see anything happen when we were in the infinite planes. Yun Nuashing scratched her head in confusion. When I came out of the demonic abyss, they even exploded. Attacking on their own is different from mobilizing your own energy. Hui shook his head and waved his hand. In short, under such circumstances, you may not be able to coordinate the problems between several origin energies. So, using one energy is enough. That's about it. Yun Nuashing responded vaguely. Origin energy, how troublesome. He did not know why those origin energy essences left these origin imprints after using his body. Moreover, the origin energy stored in these imprints was not a one-time use. It could be regenerated and would recover automatically. It was equivalent to him carrying more than 100 energy carriers, and the capacity of the carriers was larger than his body, the size of a primordial realm. Fortunately, the origin imprints were carriers inscribed with the laws of the primordial god and were only attached to his body. Otherwise, if this energy used his body as a carrier, he could not imagine what would happen. Shaking his head to get rid of those distracting thoughts, Yun Nuashing tied Jing Yuanji's hair and got into a horse stance. He stretched out his right hand, and dark red energy madly gathered. Then, with a roar, he blasted out his palm. Boom! A huge shock wave splashed out from the entire temple and the ice below, almost turning the world upside down. Many black runes and demonic patterns suddenly appeared on the white door in front of them. The surging dark energy caused the sky to darken, as if the infinite planes had descended here. Oh, this aura is even scarier than the aura of the demonic abyss. Yao Guang took a step back, her pretty face full of fear. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. This level of dark energy was an aura that was close to the primordial realm. This girl was standing here, and the dark energy streaked past her, but she did not react at all. Was she just shocked? There was indeed something wrong with this world. At least, there was something wrong with the people who lived here. Perhaps it was because this world was created by the demonic shadow. Perhaps it was because this world was created using its energy as a template, just like the alternative race created by the distorted race that was half constructed using the distorted race's energy. Close to the source of the world, the life that was born from the source of the world has a great degree of immunity to that kind of energy. Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart and shook his head. It was really complicated and troublesome. He raised his hand, continued to mobilize energy, and slammed his palm on the door again. For half an hour, the world reverberated with violent energy impacts. Every time there was a loud explosion, the light between heaven and earth would quickly dim, and then instantly return to normal. It was as if there were two forces of energy fighting for control of the sky, causing the sky to be restless. We also helped to stabilize the rules of this area. Just the movements of the two people who did not meet each other had almost knocked this place into the void. If the rules were shaved a few more times, there would probably be chaos. Really, what should we do when we meet each other later? This world is going to collapse. Hui threw out a golden energy to continue to stabilize this space. He could not help but sigh. Yun Nuashing slammed the door until his palm hurt. He felt like a resentful woman who was chased out of the house. Perhaps it would be better if he said a few words now. For example, shouting "come out," or something like that. Why not kick it with his feet? Speaking of which, why did he choose to open the door in such a violent way anyway? He had just slammed the door like that. If he turned around and kicked it now, it would feel wrong. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and slammed his palm again. The magic patterns on the door looked fine, but the energy response had dropped by a lot. Perhaps it would be washed clean in a while. He could not count how many times he had slammed the door. Bang! Just as he was grumbling in his heart, he suddenly struck out with a palm full of resentment. The door in front of him opened with a loud bang. To be precise, the two doors flew out. Then a loud sound of something hitting something came from the depths of the temple, and it even carried an echo. Hiss! Okay, the door is open. Yun Nuashing shook his hand and looked at the situation in front of him. Suddenly he was stunned. He quickly grabbed Yao Guang and retreated. Huey's reaction was a second slower, but he noticed that something was wrong in time and jumped out. I also released some things while I was at it. Dense black energy surged out of the temple door like a cloud. The dark energy rushed into the sky, and the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. They subconsciously thought of the scene in the wilderness of infinite wasteland, and then associated it with the northern temple. An indescribable feeling emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Why is there such a strong demonic aura in the northern temple? The blond youth did not hide anything and shouted directly. The storm that was blowing in his face made him unable to stand on the ice. Yao Guang and Mei Mao flashed. She suddenly looked at Yun Nuashing and the rest. Did you know something from the beginning? Well, I don't know. It's more like a feeling. Yun Nuashing shrugged and lightly stomped his feet to let the ice spread and wrap around everyone's waists to prevent anyone from being blown into the sea by the storm. This northern temple is very likely the source of the monsters that appeared in this world. Yao Guang's pupils shrank slightly. She suddenly thought of the sentence that he said before, to completely eliminate the demonic creatures in this world. Could it be that they had to start from this temple? There were also many smart people present. Combining Yun Nuashing's words and the current situation, they could also make a lot of judgments. Their faces suddenly changed a little. When the dark storm in the door blew away, the sky was already wrapped in clouds formed by dark energy. The energy was much stronger than the energy in the hinterland of the heavenly wasteland, which made everyone alert at once. But what puzzled them was that, according to the degree of condensation of this energy, the demonic creatures should have appeared long ago. Why was this place still so calm until now? It was just that the sky had darkened. This aura, young Master Shin looked strange after the gate of the temple opened. He stared at the space inside the gate of the temple, repeating the action of taking deep breaths and exhaling. His state of mind seemed to be unable to calm down. Both Yun Nuashing and Hui noticed his abnormality. They looked at each other and did not say anything for the time being. They just watched quietly and waited for a little while. After about 5 minutes, there was no more dark energy gushing out from the temple. It seemed to have calmed down. Yun Nuashing confirmed the surrounding situation, nodded and walked out with Hui. Brother Yin, wait a minute, I want to go in too. Young Master Shin hurriedly shouted and looked back at the woman in green. You take them to a safe place to hide. Something very dangerous may happen next. We have no time to take care of them. What? Have you found out why you came here? Yin Nuashing teased. Young Master Shin smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know if that's the intention. Brother Yin, you know it too. I have forgotten why I came to the graveyard of gods and demons, but I probably know something. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and said in their souls, Okay, the plot is about to be triggered. At this moment, there was nothing to hesitate or discuss. The three of them looked at each other and rushed straight into the gate of the temple. When they passed through the gate, the four figures suddenly flashed and disappeared. Their senses judged that they had just experienced a spatial transmission. Their vision blurred for 2 or 3 seconds. When they opened their eyes again, they saw a pure white corridor. They rushed out from the air and landed on the ground. They looked at the corridor that was obviously not the right size. We reached out and measured. According to the proportion of the palace we built, unless some people are very exaggerated, they won't build a corridor with such an exaggerated size. And this is too spacious. It's so spacious that it doesn't seem to be for something the size of a human to pass through. Yun Nuashing pointed at the gap of more than 1,000 meters on the left and right sides of the corridor. This width is enough for an army to pass through. Some large objects need a corridor of this width, such as… Young master, Shin pondered for a moment. Such as the demon we saw. Isn't that guy bigger? Hui was stunned for a moment. The size of an energy life form is like a fart. Who knows, it might even be this size under normal circumstances. Villains also have their own private lives. We can't possibly let it squat on the throne all day long like it's constipated and think about who am I, what should I destroy, and what should I do? Isn't that thing also very active in breaking the seal? Otherwise, this wouldn't even happen. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. The three of them. Somehow, they felt that there was something in this strange metaphor that was worth thinking about. The footsteps of the four people echoed in the spacious corridor. We kept walking close to the wall, leaning on the wall and looking at something. There was a spacious platform every 35 meters in the corridor. The platform extended into the wall on both sides. The recessed area was like the balcony in a castle. Outside the balcony was a chaotic space. Some kind of unstable energy flowed in the space outside. Hui poked his head out of the balcony and looked around. He could see that there were many balconies like this in the past. He could also roughly see the appearance of the temple after being teleported here. It stood in a chaotic space. The unstable energy outside was mixed with a huge amount of space power, which was the evidence that the space had not yet stabilized. This conceptually infinite space was full of this kind of energy. The temple was like an isolated island in this sea of energy. The chaotic energy was isolated hundreds of meters away from this isolated island. So, they could see this very uniform oil painting like the effect of a bucket of purple, red, and black paint directly poured on a piece of white cloth. Hui reached out and forcibly grabbed a mass of chaotic energy in his hand. He ran to Yun Nuashing's side and was stunned before he spoke. Cursed and petrified. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and saw him pointing behind him with his mouth agape. Yun Nuashing was also stunned and turned her head. Then, she was so scared that she turned into a grayish-white statue. A girl with light white hair was looking at the temple curiously. Her hand was still holding the corner of his clothes. She stopped when she saw him staring at her in horror. She was shocked. What's wrong? Yun Nuashing closed her jaw. No, why are you here? I followed you in. I know you followed me in. What I mean is, why didn't you leave with them? Yao Guang looked down at his palm and laughed dryly. I was scared by the movement of the northern temple and forgot to let go. When I realized it, I was accidentally pulled in by you. Yun Nuashing and the other two were speechless. Yao Guang shrunk his neck and blinked his beautiful eyes pitifully. Then I'll go out? We've been gone for half an hour. If we go out now, we'll have to go through a lot of trouble. Yun Nuashing shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. It's good that you're here. Maybe we'll need you. After all, he was a life form in this world. It was hard to guarantee that this temple would not have some special settings. It's okay. Hui laughed heartlessly. He patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder. If anything happens, you go up and beat them up. I'll protect this girl for you. Your excuse really makes me want to beat you up. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and kicked him to the front. If you're thick-skinned, go scout ahead. Chapter 1443. At the end of the pure white corridor was a huge door frame. There was a huge dent in the middle of the left and right door frames. 2 doors had been opened and retracted to the sides. There was a flickering energy rune at the place where the 2 doors merged. It looked like some kind of seal. Since the door was not closed, the rune had lost its seal. Beyond the huge rune there was a foggy hull. A huge hull. The fog in the hull was only made up of some residual black energy. The rest of the fog was like dew floating in the air at night and in the morning. A faint light was projected from the center of the hall. The foggy fog captured the light's trajectory, like a piece of golden ribbon dancing in the air. In front of them was a long corridor as wide as the door. When they turned the corner, they recognized that it was a long corridor suspended in the air. The material was the same as the material of the temple, between some kind of metal and rock. Half of it was crystallized by pure energy. In the middle of the long corridor was a piece of transparent energy crystal. Looking down along the transparent crystal, there was a thick layer of black energy fog at the bottom of the hall. The light in the center of the hall slightly illuminated the darkness at the bottom of the hall. There were some huge objects with solid bodies that affected the flow of the fog. The fog vaguely outlined the general appearance of those objects. Hui was curious. He threw a ball of energy light down. The sacred golden light bloomed and dispelled the darkness. The huge objects hidden in the black fog suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Yun Nuashing and young Master Shin were stunned for a moment. They could still accept it. Yao Guang was so scared that he put his hand on the sword at his waist. It was a group of gigantic demons. They were not beasts or ribs that were corrupted by dark energy, or skeletons, but pure energy bodies that were condensed from dark energy. They could not see the actual bodies before, but they could see the gigantic bodies here. Each statue was 100 meters tall. Yes, they were just statues of demons. Even so, when they were suddenly illuminated by the light, everyone was startled. Yao Guang had already entered combat mode. The lower floor of the hall was filled with these 100-meter tall monster statues. We could not help but exclaim, "Are these the true faces of the monsters hidden in the black energy fog?" They look like some deep-sea beasts, some unknown creatures. Some look like some strange monsters and beasts recorded in ancient records. Some of them are not real. Yao Guang carefully moved closer to Yun Nuashing and kept looking at the monsters. It was also the first time she saw the true faces of those energy-type monsters. They look like some ancient, legendary creatures? Yun Nuashing suddenly asked. Ah, yes, they do. I know some of them. They look like those things in my memory. Yao Guang pointed at a monster that only had one head, many arms, and a face full of eyes. 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. As the name suggests, it is said to be able to wield any weapon, and its eyes can release terrible curses. Although there were not really 1,000 of them, it was just a description. However, that monster really had many eyes and many human hands. Yao Guang did not know if it thought that because it was wrapped in a layer of black powder, Yao Guang could not recognize it. Yao Guang blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I remember something. In a battle many years ago, my team and I encountered a monster in a forest. That commander monster was a monster that could use countless weapons and powers. Now, it seems that it was probably 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. But this is something that only exists in myths, described by ancient people. In fact, such a thing doesn't exist, because none of the ancient books mention the existence of such a thing. Everyone only thought that these strange things that were passed down from generation to generation were things that drunkards saw wrongly in their eyes." "Myths, huh?" Yun Nuashing grinned and patted Yao Guang's head. "Myths are not necessarily false. It is possible that such a thing existed in the past, but its true form was not completely like this. When a mistake is made, when it is something that has been unintentionally passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and when countless people fill in the holes for it. Do you think this thing is real or fake?" Yao Guang tilted her head in a daze. "What do you mean by fill in the holes?" Let me put it another way. For example, that thing is really a fake, a fantasy existence. In order to make people believe that it really exists, many people deliberately put a lot of things in it, such as a story, a so-called eyewitness, or something. That's what it means. Yao Guang nodded in realization. Fill in the holes, and then what? But that thing doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. Things that don't exist won't exist. However, what if you make that thing exist? For example, someone really has the ability to create such a thing. It's just that the creator of that thing obtained a trace of inspiration from those myths. How is that possible? Creating something that doesn't exist. Yao Guang covered her mouth and chuckled, not minding it at all. Then, she saw Yun Nuashing pointing at himself with a faint smile. Yao Guang was stunned. Joking with me, right? We do have the ability to do such a thing, but we didn't do it. We don't have the ability to do it. I'm just telling you that such a power does exist in this world. Yun Nuashing smiled. Yao Guang felt the hair on her back stand. She couldn't help but shudder. They had such an ability, but they didn't create it. And this statue was placed here. Could it be that the gods of the Northern Temple created the monsters? Yao Guang said. She had goosebumps all over her body. She quickly rubbed her hands. It's not impossible. You saw it when you were at the door. The energy pouring out from the Northern Divine Palace is the energy from the heavenly wasteland. You've been fighting monsters for so many years, so you should be very clear about it. Yun Nuashing sighed and said helplessly, the Northern Temple did not have a congregation of faith. Perhaps those who were in the mountaineering or hiking party would have a little faith, but they did not believe in the things that existed there. He could also see that the words Northern Temple did have some influence on the people of this world. Perhaps it was something that made them fantasize about something. Until today, he exposed the truth that was 90% true and tore this illusory fantasy to shreds. The extent of it was probably no less than discovering that one's idol also had a bad habit, and there were also things that were different from one's beautiful imagination. For example, he and Huey's strange biographies, hundreds of goddesses and saintesses, hundreds of sons of gods and sons of gods. Ugh! Seeing that Yao Guang was stunned for a moment, Yun Nuashing patted her hair. Sorry for letting you see the hidden side of this world. The walls at both ends of the suspended corridor were not very high, only a little taller than half his height. Looking at the entire corridor, it surrounded the circular area in the middle of the hall in a large circle with a diameter of 100 meters. The circle was connected to 4 corridors, one of which was the one they came from. 2 of the other 3 corridors only had a doorframe at the end, and there was no space behind it. That was to say, the 2 corridors only had a doorframe. After walking through the corridors, they would enter the space of chaotic energy outside. Then, there was only one way left to go. Oh, it's this pattern again. I saw it on the door just now. After going around the big circle and walking to another passage, Hui lowered his head and looked at a 10-meter-wide circle on the ground. It was an exquisite pattern, like the reliefs on the walls of the temple, protruding from the ground. There was a weak energy flowing on the pattern. Hui was very concerned about this pattern, but he couldn't understand what it meant. Young Master Shin squatted down and reached out to touch the edge of the reliefs in the circle. His eyes flickered slightly. I think I know this, but I need some time to confirm it. Yao Guang looked around. Suddenly, he pulled Yun Nuashing's arm and pointed upward. Yun Nuashing looked up and was stunned for a moment. She tilted her head awkwardly. There were 2 huge, barely rectangular objects embedded in the wall in front of them. Huge cracks bloomed on the wall, and it looked like it would collapse at any time. Those were the 2 doors of the temple that he had just slammed into. They walked down a gentle slope to the end of the corridor and walked into another spacious hall. It was a different place from the countless monster statues behind them. This place was a bit strange. In the 4 corners of the hall and the center position, there were 5 black energy clusters suspended about 20 meters above the ground. The center of the black energy clusters was very bright, and the energy cluster in the center was higher and bigger than the ground. There were some palm-sized magic circles in the space around the energy clusters, but they were not the magic circles that Yun Nuashing knew. They were rotating around the energy clusters, but they were not the kind of magic circles that Yun Nuashing knew. They were emitting a weak energy response, and by the looks of it, they seem to be doing something. This seems to be an energy hall. We walked closer and looked at the huge energy clusters. He pointed at the palm-sized things that seemed to be magic circles. But these things have suppressed most of the energy leakage. There's a little seal on the edge of the energy clusters. So we think that these energy clusters don't have much energy, but in fact, Yun Nuashing had already started to analyze when he opened his mouth. Now she was one step ahead of him and said, "In fact, if any of these four energy clusters exploded, this world would be destroyed. It is indeed an energy hall. The energy flows into the hall below." According to this, Yun Nuashing looked back at the passage in the direction they came from. Don't these two halls together look like a barracks that is constantly producing soldiers? As soon as this sentence came out, the three of them fell silent. Yao Guang's face was even paler. The source of the chaos in this world, the source of the disaster in this world, was actually the well-known northern temple that was worshipped as the residence of the gods. But where is the exit? Young Master Shin scratched his head. There had to be an exit for the soldiers to run out. Didn't they just throw them directly into the heavenly wasteland and the other two places? Young Master Shin said, "Oh, through energy transmission, there is a way, and it should be close to the truth." Extending out of the energy hall was a staircase that led to the second floor. Every step of this staircase was ridiculously high as a wall. The first step was about 2 meters high. This was definitely not a staircase for the size of a human being. He estimated that the guy who walked on the staircase was at least 10 meters tall. They measured the height of the staircase and flew up directly. After circling around, they saw the second floor of the energy hall at a height of more than 300 meters. As for the second floor, there was nothing special to pay attention to. There were 2 passages on this floor. One was connected to the chaotic energy space outside, and the other continued to go deeper into the temple. In addition, there was a space like a lookout tower. The wall of the tower was several meters high. Yun Nuashing and the others had to fly to the wall to see the other side of the wall. The lookout tower faced the hall full of demon statues. Standing here, the entire hall could be seen at a glance. They stood on the wall and watched for a while. Then they continued to go deeper into the temple through the passage. After a while, they saw a spacious balcony at the end of the passage. The corresponding space outside the balcony was still the space covered by the chaotic energy clouds. Then the passage was cut off here. What's wrong with this? Do you want us to jump down? They stood on the edge of the balcony and looked at the chaotic space occupied by the energy. Hui pointed at the space outside and couldn't help but to say with his eyelids twitching, "Jumping is definitely impossible." Yun Nuashing shook her head and turned back to the passage. "Let's go back and look for it. Maybe there is another way." Hui thought for a while and couldn't help but mutter, "I really didn't know that the demon who lived in this temple had such fun." Yun Nuashing, who was walking in front, suddenly retracted his footsteps. His eyes revealed a pondering expression. He raised his head and suddenly said, "I have a friend who once said, the longer a person lives, the more they like to cause trouble. That person has also been sealed here for who knows how long, so it's normal for him to cause trouble, right?" "Well, it seems to make sense." Hui pinched his chin and nodded. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing with a funny look. He kept poking his waist with his elbow. "What about the friend? What kind of friend?" Yun Nuashing flicked her hair in his face. "I don't remember who said it. I can't tell you." "What about them?" "Which one?" "Them or them?" "Or them." Long-winded. Hurry up and find a way. Returning to the passage just now, they looked up at the walls on both sides and pretended to look around from the perspective of the giant who was at least 10 meters tall. If there was another way, it could only be on the wall. Yao Guang was looking around. Suddenly, she rubbed her eyes. It seemed that something was irritating her eyes. Whenever she opened her eyes, she would have such a feeling. Tears were about to come out of her eyes. She quickly lowered her head and was stunned for a moment. That feeling suddenly disappeared. Yao Guang rubbed her eyes that were still a little uncomfortable while looking at the wall on the right. She didn't feel that kind of feeling. Then she said to Yun Nuashing happily, "There is something on the wall on the left." Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the wall on the left. After a while, she lowered her head and looked at Yao Guang. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. There is such a feeling." Yun Nuashing frowned and looked at the pure white wall that was no different from other places. Hui had already taken the lead and jumped into the air. His line of sight swept over the entire wall. Suddenly he slapped at a place. Bang! With a loud noise, the wall in front of them suddenly burst open. It was a door that was exactly the same size as the wall. "Phone! There is a rune here that we saw in the hall just now, but it is badly damaged." Yun Nuashing and the others looked up. A black rune appeared in the space where Hui slapped just now. It was exactly the same as the rune in the middle of the door they saw when they stepped into the monster hall. "You mean it was damaged?" As soon as Hui landed, Yun Nuashing asked, "Was it damaged by an external force or caused by the loss of energy over time?" "It seems to have been damaged. There is some energy left here, but in a while that little trace will be washed away by the dark energy. We came in time." "Young master," Shin lowered his head and pondered for a moment. "They probably found this place before us and then... In that case, aren't they already hanging in there?" Yun Nuashing suddenly laughed. Young Master Shin was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly let out a low chuckle. "That's right. In this world, the only other energy that could appear here and destroy the rune should be those people who came in earlier than them. Otherwise, they should have been able to see the first batch of people who visited them. It seems that you hate them." Yun Nuashing observed his expression. Suddenly she said, "You forgot about coming here, but you remember that they came in first, and..." "Ahem." Young Master Shin coughed and stopped smiling. He nodded. "There is a reason, but this is not the time to talk about it. I will tell you if there is a chance." Young Master Shin suddenly showed a strange smile. "And by the way, tell me about you." "As you wish." Yun Nuashing smiled indifferently. They had made so much noise. If young Master Shin did not notice it, then there was a real problem. As for how to deal with it, he was not worried about it. Although the person in front of him was also from a twisted race, he seemed to have a lot of conflicts with the real high-level people. Talking to him might be unexpected. They stepped on. No, flew forward along the new, huge stairs. On the way, they passed by a platform in the middle of the stairs. There was a balcony on the side of the platform that extended to the area of chaotic energy. One balcony on each floor. What was in the mind of the guy who built this temple? Why did he have to build so many balconies? Why did he have to change the height of the balcony to look at the scenery and adjust his mood? But there was only a space made of chaotic energy outside. Pushing open the door at the end of the stairs, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought we would see something dangerous when we came in, like monsters, or stepped into a labyrinth that is not easy to get out of. But in the end, we just kept walking in a temple," Hui said. The door was pushed open silently. Hui was the first to poke his head inside. After a glance, he could not help but exclaim, "Oh, each hall is more advanced than the other. The one in front is the energy hall, and the one in front is the monster hall. What is this one? The creation main hall?" Yun Nuashing pushed the door to the end. Young Master Shin and Yao Guang could not help but look inside. The latter could not help but exclaim in a low voice after seeing so many things. This hall was much larger than the previous two halls. The descending stairs left a circular sunken platform in every corner of the hall. Every platform had a ray of light surging into the air and finally gathered in a huge sphere that was thousands or thousands of feet in size. Those were stars, and some of them even had companion stars. The largest platform even had a solar system, a fiery red sphere that was thousands of feet in size, and dozens of stars orbiting around it. This set of things alone occupied at least 1/3 of the area of the hall. These stars, I can see signs of life. Young Master Shin moved closer to the star closest to them. Squinting his eyes, he could still see things that were even smaller than dust inside the 1,000-feet-wide ball. They were still moving around inside, as if they were living beings living in the star. Life? Are you sure that is not a monster? We also came over and stared inside. Young Master Shin shook his head. That should be a normal life. If I'm not wrong, it should be the stars that exist in the world outside. We frowned and wondered, why is it looking at these things? Well, I have a guess, but sure, there's a sound. Young Master Shin's expression changed, and he quickly shut up. We quickly covered his mouth. Yao Guang moved closer to Yun Nuashing. Mei Mao looked around worriedly. She suddenly regretted following them. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked into the depths of the hall. He heard the sound and even found the place where the sound came from. Chapter 1444. In the spacious hall, there was only the flickering light of the stars. Yun Nuashing and the others had blocked out all sounds. At this moment, if there was any sound in the hall, it was only the faint sound of the stars here. Then there was another very, very faint sound that was still echoing in their ears. It sounded like a whisper that sounded very far away. Yun Nuashing stared in one direction until the meaningless whisper became clearer in his ears. Then he lifted his feet and walked forward quickly. Hui and the others hurried to catch up. They walked with the wind, but made no sound. It was as if they deliberately created a dead atmosphere in the hall. After bypassing the huge star system in the middle of the hall, Yun Nuashing turned and walked in another direction. He was getting faster and faster. His body was almost pulled into a shadow. Yao Guang had to run faster to keep up with his speed. The light of the huge star system was not strong enough in this space. After walking for a while, the sight in front of them dimmed again. However, before the light dimmed completely, another strong light appeared in front of them. In the darkness, a dark green big star suddenly appeared. Scorching tongues of fire were constantly erupting from its body. It looked extremely unstable. The leaking energy had reached a visible level. It turned into a circle of green energy that surrounded them like a rope that strangled them to death. Both stars were huge, but the one in front of them looked much more majestic than the fiery red star just now. Yun Nuashing could see that its body was beginning to break apart. I think I've seen this star before. Young Master Shin suddenly broke the dead silence here. It's in the night sky. Every night, when it's late at night, it will emerge from the horizon. I caught a glimpse of it at that time. It should be this one. Then, the stars that exist in this hall are the actual stars that exist in the starry sky outside. Hui touched his chin and nodded. Why is that guy staring at these things? Yun Nuashing shook his head. His gaze passed over the dark green sun and looked behind him. What do you want to do? Just ask it. Behind the dark green sun, their line of sight became clear because of the existence of the light. Yun Nuashing and the others saw another huge door frame, but this door frame no longer had a door. There were only 2 transparent blue curtains hanging down from above. The curtains were dotted with stars, as if it was a real star field. They pushed open the heavy curtains and walked into the next hall. The space in front of them was full of light, which allowed them to see the whole big space at a glance. They passed through the doorframe and appeared at the top of a long spiral staircase. It was not far from the top of the hall. This space was extending downwards for their position. They looked around for a while and also looked down. Then they were shocked. According to the things in the hall in front, Yun Nuashing and the others guessed that there should be some things placed in this hall, such as a bigger star or something, or simply a world of light. However, he still guessed wrong. Even Huey's somewhat jumpy thinking didn't guess this point, and couldn't help but be stunned in place. In this hall, there was no platform for the stars. There was a huge black sphere below. It was a 3-dimensional and transparent sphere. Countless stars could be seen inside it. Half of the stars were transparent white or blue, while the stars on the other side were uncomfortably scarlet. Speaking of which, those light spots seemed to be too big to be stars. They were not little white lights, but a ball. The big black ball contained thousands of white, blue, and red balls. That's a void. Yun Nuashing's expression changed a little. An entire void area. The light spots inside are the light spots of every world. The scarlet ones should be the light spots of our world, young Master Shin suddenly said. His eyes flashed. In an instant he understood a lot of things. And the other ones should be the origin world of the order world. What have you thought of? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. Something bad. It can be traced back to the last era. Something related to my race. Young Master Shin smiled helplessly. At this time he used my race because he had recognized that Yun Nuashing and the others did not come from the same world as him. He also guessed that they should be the gods from that place. After all, such a level of order power could not be found in any random world of order. Is it related to the distorted origin of the race? Yun Nuashing muttered. They jumped down from the spiral staircase directly and stood on the ground to look up at the huge black ball that was about 20 to 30,000 feet in size. Yun Nuashing noticed that there was a trace of energy at the bottom of the ball. She could not help but lower her head and look at the 1 or 2 strands of black energy that separated from the ball all the way to the ground. Then she looked in the direction where it flowed to the right. She saw that the energy stretched all the way to a huge staircase. She watched as it flowed from the middle of the staircase to the front until it reached the end of the staircase. There was a black energy light pillar there, and behind the light pillar there was a huge black throne. I have witnessed the birth and destruction of countless worlds. I have also seen the rise and fall of countless lives. I have watched the unchanging turbulence of the void. Countless years have passed, but nothing in this great world has changed. The battle between order and chaos has never stopped. Your appearance here proves this point. Yun Nuashing and the others' expressions changed drastically. The clear voice was directly transmitted to their minds. Moreover, the language was not any language that they knew. They understood the meaning of the sentence directly. Yun Nuashing subconsciously pressed a hand on Yao Guang's head. A surge of energy surged into her body to protect her. However, it was so sudden that the latter was startled. Looking at their extremely serious expressions, she did not dare to move or speak. The origin order has dissipated for countless years. The great world has gone through a great purge. However, the eternal chaos has not come. Everything has returned from chaos to the new order. In the future that we foresee, there is no place for the world of order. Chaos reigns supreme, the void disintegrates, and this great world will eventually return to chaos. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other. Their expressions were extremely serious. Just as they were about to run towards the place where the voice came from, young Master Shin suddenly pulled them back. Other than the serious expression on his face, there was also panic and helplessness. Young Master Shin's gaze startled him. I know what is here. What is it? Yun Nuashing and Hui were a little nervous, so much so that their breathing was a little rapid. This place was related to the origin of the twisted race. At least that was what young Master Shin said. And there was also a demon here. In their previous speculation, the twisted race. Young Master Shin took a deep breath. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. His lips trembled slightly. This world was exiled. I only heard that a secret about my race is sealed here. Now it seems that this secret should be related to the origin of my race. That Devil Shadow is the creator of my race, he said. Yun Nuashing and Hui's pupils shrank. Okay, the truth was out. Yun Nuashing's speculation was finally verified. However, there were still many things that they needed to speculate. What they had was just some puzzle pieces. If they wanted to know the complete truth, they still needed to put the puzzle pieces together themselves. Yun Nuashing patted young Master Shin on the shoulder. This topic can be talked about for a long time, but now is definitely not a good time to talk about it. Let's solve the problem here first. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Young Master Shin was shaken by the pat. He raised his head and looked into Yun Nuashing's eyes. The fear in his eyes faded slightly. He nodded hard. Okay. The few of them walked in the direction of the flow of the black energy. They walked up the stairs that were finally not that high. A light came from nowhere and lit up the space. It also lit up the throne at the end of the stairs. On the dark throne, a huge black figure was sitting. It was a humanoid body. Its face had no facial features. Its whole body was as black as a bucket of ink. In the huge black body, there were white and blue stars connected by lines of energy, outlining the appearance of its whole body's skeleton. Then, a huge amount of energy came from its body. Even Yun Nuashing felt his heart palpitate. That was the power close to the peak of non-order, the peak of chaos. Its position was definitely much higher than his position in order. It was the demon that emerged from the Moonworld Lake. Its aura was the same, but its appearance was different. Sitting here, its power seemed to be more complete. The demon lowered its head. Yun Nuashing noticed that a gaze fell on him. A voice rumbled in the depths of his mind. Countless years have passed. Everything that belonged to the beginning of the primordial realm has disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that one day you would appear here? Me. Yun Nuashing was stunned. It knew me? No one has been able to safely merge the order and chaos of the beginning of the primordial realm into one. They couldn't do it. No one can do it. Who are you? Who are you from the beginning of the primordial realm? Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. So this guy didn't know him, and just guessed that he was from the beginning of the primordial realm, which was the mythological era, from the strange things about him. But in fact, he didn't know if he was or not. His memory could only be traced back to this era a few eras ago. He didn't know exactly when. I don't know what you're talking about. Yun Nuashing took a step forward and said calmly, the realm of the gods, the observer. Fengling, this is all I know about myself. Young Master Shin's cheeks twitched. He guessed that Yun Nuashing was a god from the realm of the gods, but he didn't expect her to have an even bigger background. Now that he heard it, his eyes almost popped out. Hui walked forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yun Nuashing. He said sternly, the guardian of the realm of the gods, Hui. So, shouldn't you introduce yourself, dark guy? Young Master Shin's foot slipped, and he almost fell down the stairs behind him. Even two gods were here, but this was far beyond his expectations. The air suddenly became abnormally heavy. No one spoke, but young Master Shen and Yao Guang could feel the pressure from the confrontation between the three people, and the air was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost suffocating. The realm of the gods. After about 10 minutes, the demonic figure on the throne started to speak. Suddenly, there was a voice that sounded like laughter or something else. The world that carries all their dreams, the world that carries all the hopes of the world of order. Of course I know about it. It hasn't been destroyed yet. That surprised me a little. However, the ending will not change. Illusory, hope will not be able to change everything. This world will return to eternal chaos. The hope in your hearts, let me destroy it. The roaring sound made the space tremble violently. The sudden burst of energy made Yun Nuashing and Hui turn pale with fright. Yun Nuashing's figure turned silver white in an instant, and Hui also became fully armed in an instant. Back off. Yun Nuashing threw Jing Yuanji to Yao Guang. With a wave of her hand, she threw her and young Master Shin to the edge of the hall. She reached out her left hand and hit Hui's right hand very tacitly. They shouted in unison, "The realm of creation!" As soon as the realm of creation spread out with all the power of the two people, a cloud of black mist that was so thick that it was like a solid body rushed in front of them and blasted toward the two people. Yun Nuashing hastily formed the realm of creation. She only had time to spread out a few magic circles to deal with the attack. From the attack to her throwing off the three people and forming the realm of creation, everything happened in the same second. Bang! Boom! The energy at the apex of order and chaos collided violently. The dazzling light bloomed as if hundreds of millions of worlds were collapsing in front of their eyes. The chaotic and disorderly destructive energy made Yun Nuashing and Hui flustered. They mobilized their own rules and divine right to constantly resist the suppression and ruling power that spread out from this space. After hastily dealing with the first attack, Yun Nuashing and Hui retreated quickly. Just as they were about to stabilize their bodies, another huge black energy hand that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared in front of them in an instant. Before the energy that could collapse the void and the primordial realm reached them, the defense mechanism in Yun Nuashing and Hui's body had already activated automatically. Before they had time to defend, the palm slapped them into a meteor and slammed them hard into the wall of the hall. The remaining dark energy in their bodies turned into a huge energy impact and burst out, making the two people completely disappear. The energy of the Yuanshi realm. Young Master Shin looked at this scene, and his heart was already cold. He was so shocked that he lost his expression. In the world of order, at least at the top of the world of order at this moment, the two clergymen of the divine world had joined forces, but they were swatted away like flies. Was the Yuanshi realm really so unbeatable? Bang! The wall of the hall collapsed, revealing a wider space behind it. Yun Nuashing and Hui slowly appeared from the dust. Both of them were imposing, but their bodies were covered with injuries. They looked at each other with cold faces. They didn't need to speak or communicate with their souls. Just by looking at each other, they knew what each other meant. Yuanshi, it was the Yuanshi realm. For the time being, they didn't know what level it was, but today they were afraid that they would die here if something went wrong. They raised their heads at the same time. The demonic figure was still sitting on the throne without moving at all. The gaze that was cast at them did not carry any meaning or emotion. It was as if he was sizing up two ants. Why are you not moving at this time? Yun Nuashing covered his right hand. He was referring to the origin energy. He didn't know why it had completely calmed down at this time. At that time, it was still protecting him in the demonic abyss. Now he was slapped hard, and it didn't move at all. Hui blinked hard at Yun Nuashing. I'll go first, you fill in. The domain of creation also has a certain suppressive power to the realm of Yuanshi. It can't use regular means to deal with us. You hey! The hey! At the end was really a shout because Yun Nuashing had taken the lead and rushed out. Hui was stunned. F***CK. Looks like it's the second plan. And, again, divine world vulgarities. Hundreds of millions of magic circles rushed out from behind Yun Nuashing, arranged into a huge God's generation character, and rushed to the demonic shadow together with him. Along the way, it roared and burst out endless energy brilliance. Origin characters. The demonic shadow looked at the huge character formed by the magic circles, and its whisper echoed in the hall. The arm on the throne's armrest waved casually in front of it, and the burst of endless energy exploded in an instant, and the brilliant energy light illuminated the entire hall. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to summon the energy that had exploded, and the countless magic circles behind him suddenly shattered, turning into energy that merged into his hand. The netherworld ruins sword emerged from his palm and swallowed all the energy in one gulp. The entire sword turned silver white, and it transformed into a huge energy sword that was hundreds of feet long. As he swung the sword, a huge sword light appeared. Ka! The huge energy sword was easily caught by a palm. The energy sword light that burst out swept across the hall, evaporating the wall behind the throne into nothingness. Just the energy that burst out from the palm and the huge sword made the surrounding space rumble and shake. Order. Yun Nuashing was not surprised that his attack was blocked. He freed one hand and was about to use order disintegration on the demonic shadow, but suddenly a danger signal came from behind him, and he was stunned. "Be careful!" Hui rushed behind Yun Nuashing with the huge shield in his hand, blocking the destructive energy impact. The collision between the holy light of order and the chaotic dark energy caused Hui's expression to change drastically. He looked at the guardian shield, whose energy was rapidly decreasing, and quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing and turned around, avoiding the attack. The black energy impact rushed towards the demonic shadow, and it was caught by it, condensing in its hand and not dissipating. Is the power of the world of order only at this level? Is this the power of the realm of the gods? An emotionless voice came from the throne. Hui pulled Yun Nuashing back a distance and asked, "How is it?" "I can't beat it. It's stronger than Qing Qi, but I don't know how much stronger it is." Yun Nuashing helplessly expressed that he could not beat it. It was a coincidence that he killed Qing Qi the last time, and this time, in the face of the absolute difference in power, it seemed that there was no way he could do anything. He did not have a divinity carrier, and if that divinity carrier was still there, this time he could set off fireworks on the demonic shadow's head. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at his hands, and his eyes flashed. "I have a way, but we have to consume its power first. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'll beat it up, and you'll be beaten up." Hui was stunned for a moment, and he reached out to pick his ear. "Huh? Can you reorganize your words?" "I don't have time to joke with you now." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. "If we can't get out, this demonic shadow will definitely kill us here. You don't feel it, but I can feel it." He stared at the motionless shadow on the throne. And that Qing Qi. No, it's the same as the underworld. They both have an indelible evil intention towards the world of order. Qing Qi and the underworld may be postnatal influences, but this demonic shadow, its hostility towards the world of order, is definitely innate. The innate opposition between the non-order life form and the world of order. Huh? That's understandable. Hui muttered and nodded. The demonic shadow did not take the initiative to attack Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing, who were talking quickly. It waited for a long time, and when it saw that there was some movement, it slowly sat up straight. "Have you finished your discussion? Come on, let's fight." Chapter 1445. A mighty burst of energy that was countless times more powerful than the creation of the heavens and earth shattered the chaotic energy space. The aftermath of the energy vaporized the remaining corner of the temple into nothingness. Under the fiercely shining energy flames, there were hundreds of millions of huge arrays. The light of these arrays was brighter than ever before. Young Master Shin held Yao Guang and stood at a distance in the chaotic space. He could see very clearly from the side. Each magic circle only had a thin layer, and the thickness was negligible. However, the magic circles that appeared in front of him at this moment were stacked layer by layer. He could see that the thickness of the magic circles was very obvious. From the side, it looked like a biscuit. Boom! Boom! The dark, red, destructive energy was rampaging in the chaotic space. Every energy shockwave could explode an entire world of light into powder. Yun Nuashing's body was blooming with an unprecedentedly strong, silvery white light. He stood at the center of the magic circles, like an emperor of the magic circles. The hundreds of billions of magic circles were his soldiers, his weapons, and his strength. If he was the emperor of the magic circles, then on the other side of the space, the guy who was still sitting on the throne even after the temple was demolished was the master of this space. At this moment, the two of them felt that all the chaotic energy in this space was the energy released by the magic circles. They were equivalent to plunging into the headquarters of the enemy that had been operating for countless years. Fortunately, they had activated the realm of creation earlier, so the magic circle's order level and other aspects of the magic circles did not affect them much. They could suppress the magic circle's influence with just a little bit of power. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and pointed to the distance. Behind him, Countless magic circles exploded with a loud roar, releasing a monstrous amount of energy. One after another, the attacks that had materialized and shone brightly with energy rushed towards the demonic shadow. Fortunately, they were fighting in this special space. If they were fighting in the outside space, the void and the land of nothingness would have already sunk countless times. In this space where there was nothing to obstruct them, Yun Nuashing and the demonic shadow could throw powerful energy attacks at each other from any direction at any time. This was also the reason why Yun Nuashing asked Hui to help him defend. He had to use all of his strength to attack and didn't have the slightest bit of thought to defend. Milky Way, gather! A light shout came out of his mouth. With the magic circles as the center, tens of thousands of magic circles appeared out of thin air and surrounded the magic circles in an airtight spherical formation. Then, countless energy waves burst out from the magic circles behind him. After hundreds of times of energy waves, the energy waves finally gushed out from the spherical formation and blasted toward the magic circle's face. Behind him, in front of him, and in other directions, his senses sensed fatal threats coming from all directions. If any of these attacks landed on him, he would probably fall into nothingness along with the hundreds of billions of magic circles and be doomed eternally. Son, come at me. Come at me, idiot. At percent. Countless black energy waves burst out from the space. There were even a few places where there was not a trace of a physical attack. There was only an intention to attack. However, Hui knew where the attacks were coming at them. He gave up on holding a sword and a shield in one hand and simply carried 2 giant shields in the air. There were also thousands of giant golden shields around him. He swore in the celestial realm as he fearlessly rushed toward the magic circle's attacks with his 2 shields. The huge golden barrier enveloped him and Yun Nuashing, protecting the latter from all directions. However, when Hui judged that there were some attacks that he could not let land directly on the barrier, he would rush forward with the 2 giant shields. The violent energy waves from the other emperor in this space kept splashing on the golden barrier like monstrous waves. It looked really unstable, but that was the barrier's own defensive phenomenon. As long as no energy waves rushed into the barrier, it would be considered blocked. Oh. Hui felt that there was a destructive energy in front of him that was so powerful that it sent chills down his spine. It was rushing toward him from the other side of the barrier. He was about to use his face to block the attack of the unknown thing with the 2 city walls. Then, the space suddenly exploded. Dozens of human faces with endless resentment mixed with black energy rushed toward his face like evil spirits rushing out from hell. Hui was so scared that his hair stood on end. The 2 city walls pushed forward together and pushed the divine barrier forward. The energy that rushed from the front hit the giant shield head-on. The attack was deflected, drawing a black trace and disappearing into the chaotic space. Wherever the energy passed, the entire barrier was stirred up like a boiling golden ocean. That's the energy of the dozens of high-level heavenly origin gods that came in before us. Young Master Shin's eyes widened. He could not hide the shock on his face. They were indeed dead. Even their souls and the heavenly origin gods had fallen into the hands of the demon shadow. If Hui had chosen to block the attack head-on, the golden barrier would have shattered by now. Even if the attack was deflected successfully, it would have caused some damage to the barrier. However, the guardian of the celestial realm was really something. His defense was truly worthy of the title guardian. With his strength alone, he withstood the bombardment of his race's creator for half an hour. Although he was wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, flustered and panicked all the time, and every attack that he had to personally deal with made him run around in circles, he was really tough. The Guardian's barrier was a powerful barrier that was second only to the creation's barrier. It was known as the first barrier in the world of order, and also Huey's most powerful defense. The seemingly ordinary barrier, which looked like an ocean being hit by a heavy object, was actually very mysterious. To put it bluntly, Every attack that landed on the barrier would be repeatedly weakened by thousands of times. Then the attack would collide with the barrier for tens of thousands of times. If the energy was not completely depleted by then, the remaining energy would be assimilated by the void and the land of nothingness. If there was still energy left, it would have to go through dozens of defenses before it could really surge into the barrier. However, at that level, the energy that could penetrate the barrier would not be very powerful. Another thing that dazzled young Master Shin and Yao Guang was Yun Nuoxing's attacks. It was a living example of what it meant to be a moving apocalypse. Cannons were bombarding everything, and it was a self-propelled source of disaster. Every attack released by the hundreds of billions of magic circles was a destructive disaster in any world. A normal high-level Empyrean god of origin would probably disappear if they were grazed by it, and a peak-level Empyrean god of origin would be injured if they were grazed by it. As expected of the Guardian of Order, the guy who is infinitely close to the primeval realm. Young Master Shin looked at the commotion that seemed to be hundreds of billions of worlds exploding in front of him. He only felt that his eyes were a little dazed. This was actually the truth. However, in this void, not many people in the celestial realm, including the people in the celestial realm, knew about the Observer. Under such circumstances, how did he get the title of Guardian of Order? Yun Nuoxing and Hui were very curious about this. Is there an end to this? At percent, Hui Yi's shield knocked away a huge energy storm that was millions of feet in size. He held 2 shields and panted. He stomped the 2 shields that were like city walls into the space, one on the left and one on the right. He activated the Guardian Barrier to the maximum. Eternal protection. The dark energy that came crashing down like waves hit the Guardian Barrier at this moment, but it did not cause much of a commotion. Instead, the energy was bounced back like a tsunami and then rushed into the chaotic space with the waves. I really can't figure out the way that guy attacks. It's too strange. It's almost on my face, but I still can't feel it clearly. Hui Yi floated to Yun Nuoxing's side. He saw that his face was as cold as ice, and his face was full of seriousness. He then looked at the place where countless explosions were happening. He could not help but ask, "Can you hurt it?" "I don't know. I'm trying." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He was infinitely close to the primeval stage. He could be used as a heavenly god who had just entered the primeval stage because of his accumulation. His strength had reached that level, but he did not reach the final leap. He was still a little short, and he was still not at the primeval stage. He only touched that level with his own methods and methods. If 100 times is not enough, 1,000 times is not enough, 10,000 times is not enough, then 1,000,000 times, 10,000,000 times, until 100,000,000 times. The light on his body became stronger, and the energy reaction from his body became more explosive and violent. He seemed to want to cut himself in half, releasing all the energy without caring about the cost. The silver white on his body even showed signs of turning dark red. The hundreds of billions of array groups trembled again. Young Master Shin and Yao Guang could see with their naked eyes that the thickness of the array groups was increasing bit by bit. That was the superposition of array groups on top of the original array groups, increasing the power of the superposition array groups. 17,000,000 times. Hui pressed down on his clothes that were messed up by the energy storm. He looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was about to burst into flames, and fell silent. Generally speaking, there was a limit to the superposition array groups. There was a limit to the limit of the rules. It was impossible to superposition it continuously. Even if the ordinary array groups were superimposed to the thickness of a world, they would not be able to deliver a blow that was comparable to that of a deity. However, in the realm of creation, in the realm of divinity that they had unleashed first, the limit of the rules was shattered. He could do this, but he did not know how serious the damage to himself would be if he strengthened the array groups without limit. "Don't be distracted," Yun Nuoxing shouted. Hui came back to his senses. His opponent's attack was also becoming more and more violent, as if he wanted to destroy this space and perish together with them. The fighting style of these two people was to trade lives for lives. They did not care about their own lives when they fought. However, he was here to protect Yun Nuashing. Eternity. Hui grabbed a piece of the city wall and threw it out, once again deflecting a frontal attack. He turned his head to look at Yun Nuashing and said in his soul, "How's the preparation of the origin energy?" Yun Nuashing was silent. She shook her head and said, "It is not injured." "Huh. This power, my power has definitely reached the realm of Yuanshi, but..." Yun Nuashing was silent. She did not speak anymore. She just put all her attention into every attack. She was also making adjustments. She did not know why she could not hurt her opponent. The demonic shadow was not using its face to block her attacks. It was also defending. If it was really so powerful that they could not stop it, it could have rushed over and torn them apart. Why was it in a stalemate here? Either the enemy was mentally ill, or it was just playing around. The third situation was that it wasn't as invincible as it appeared to be. The dozens of heavenly origin gods from the distorted races had still managed to inflict a small amount of damage on it. That's right, there were only 3 situations. Hui had thought of this as well, but he could not figure out what the problem was. However, he knew that if he did not figure it out, they would definitely be the first to be defeated in this stalemate. No matter how great Maple's energy capacity was, he was only at the peak of reciprocity. He would run out of energy sooner or later, especially when he was pouring out 17 million times as much energy as he could. His opponent was a true origin stage expert, and they were still in his territory. Nuashing. 2 short syllables rang in their minds. The sudden burst of powerful pressure made Hui come back to his senses. He controlled the 2 huge city walls to block the guardian barrier. Then a burst of collapsing energy, like the collapse of the void, pressed on his barrier, shaking his mind. I can't stop attacking. If I reduce the pressure, the instantaneous counterattack is enough to kill. Yun Nuashing also saw the situation in front of him. The opponent had sped up the pace of the battle. He could only put everything on the line to suppress its crazy attack. I can only leave it to you. **CK it, just attack at will. This level. I can still withstand it." Hui yelled loudly, and once again used his stubborn twin shields to hold up the barrier, resisting the crazy collapsing force. The ground suddenly shook violently. Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian staggered and half knelt on the ground. The whole world in their sight was shaking violently. The 2 of them looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. What's going on now? Dao Tian leaned on the wall and felt the whole world shaking. Even the endless corridor seemed to be tilting. The space has become unstable. A huge amount of energy is leaking. No, it's not leaking. It's condensing. There is energy condensing in this place. Jing Yuanji's expression trembled. A huge amount of malice suddenly appeared in the consciousness maze. All the energy imprints I left behind have sensed this malice. It's looking for us. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Dao Heaven was pulled along by Jing Yuanji, and he quickly followed. It was very troublesome to run in this place, so they could only stumble forward. Dao Heaven looked at Jing Yuanji, who had an incomparably serious expression, and couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Why did the maze suddenly move?" Jing Yuanji pondered and couldn't help but look back. It was deep and dark, and she couldn't see anything. "I have 2 guesses. One is that we are approaching the center or the exit of the maze. It wants to trap us here, so it's moving. The second is Lord Feng and the others may have done something outside that made it feel dangerous. It needs to mobilize all the energy and has to give up the consciousness maze." Dao Tian thought for a while and shook his head. "There's another possibility." Jing Yuanji was stunned. "What is it?" "Big Brother and the others are doing something outside, and we are about to touch something important. This will have a huge impact on what Big Brother and the others want to do. Then, something wants to stop us." Dao Tian's eyes flashed. Seeing how urgent it must be. Ah, be careful. Jing Yuanji hurriedly pulled Dao Tian, and the two of them fell forward and rolled for dozens of meters. There was a loud explosion behind them, and the wall they had just passed collapsed. In their current state, just that level of attack would have been enough to kill them. Dao Tian pulled Jing Yuanji up. Looking at the mess behind them, he suddenly put his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest proudly. Humph, I was right. Look at how anxious you are. You want to kill and destroy. Ah, big sister, run. Jing Yuanji grabbed Dao Heaven and ran away. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was true that trouble came from careless talk. Before Jing Yuanji could finish her sentence, the ground behind her began to collapse. Moreover, it was collapsing toward them. If they were thrown out of the consciousness maze, they might lose the hope of returning to their original bodies. Ah, up ahead, up ahead. Dao Heaven, who was being carried on her shoulder, couldn't help but scream along the way. She saw a large black shadow wriggling on the ground in front of her, and she was so scared that she screamed. Jing Yuanji hurriedly sped up. Before the unknown black shadow could take shape, she passed by it with a swoosh. Then the collapsing space swallowed the black shadow that was taking shape. After narrowly avoiding a large number of obstacles and attacks from unknown things, Dao Tian was so scared that he almost cried. Why is it that after coming here, we are either running or being chased? You ask me, I don't know. I'm being chased too. Jing Yuanji still had time to respond. She was already running as fast as she could, but the space she passed by was collapsing faster than her. It was getting closer and closer to them. Being carried on his shoulder, Dao Heaven suddenly swung his hand and grabbed a part of the wall that was protruding from the two sides of the wall. With a forceful grab, he pulled out the entire 1-meter-long metal bar and swung it around like a stick. What are you doing? Jing Yuanji was stunned by her actions. Then, seeing Dao Tian throw the metal bar forward, she couldn't help but ask, There's something in front. Ah! As soon as Dao Tian opened his mouth, the two of them heard a horrifying scream in front of them. It made Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian's hair stand on end. That sound was too horrifying. They didn't know if some evil spirit had appeared. Under the constant pressure of the collapsing sound behind them, Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian quickly arrived at the place where the sound had come from. They saw the broken metal bar lying on the ground. Dao Tian looked at it and was stunned. I just threw it in a straight line. It hit something. Squatting down, Jing Yuanji reached out and brushed the top of the metal bar. She grabbed a mass of black energy. It should have hit some kind of energy, life form. Whatever, run first. Jing Yuanji took a deep breath and ran even faster. Dao Heaven suddenly patted her shoulder and said, Wait a minute. Big sister, look behind you. Jing Yuanji turned around. The passage behind them stopped collapsing, but the trembling of the maze did not weaken. After the passage behind them collapsed, there was only darkness. It was more complete than nothingness. Jing Yuanji had no doubt that if the two of them fell in, they would be disintegrated into dust in less than a second by the chaotic rules there. It stopped. Jing Yuanji muttered. She could feel that the evil spirit was still there, but she didn't know why the collapse scene did not spread to here. Door! Dao Tian patted Jing Yuanji and pointed ahead. The two of them turned around and looked ahead. There was a door that was hundreds of feet tall. It was bigger than the hall and the entrance of the passage they saw before. When they first came here, there was no such door at all. They didn't know why it suddenly appeared in front of them. Dao Tian jumped down from Jing Yuanji's shoulder and reached out to press on the door. It's open. I don't know what will be inside when we open the door. We can't keep standing here. Jing Yuanji took a deep breath and nodded to Dao Tian. Open it. What we see inside, we'll talk about it then. Dao Tian swallowed and nodded hard. He and Jing Yuanji each pressed on one side of the door. The two of them pushed hard and pushed the door in front of them open. With a loud bang, some light came out from the gap of the door. It was a dark light. Just a glance at it made them feel that their strength was drained. However, it seemed to be a weakening effect, not a continuous depriving of their strength. After pushing the door open a gap, Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian flashed into the mysterious place. The door behind them closed with a heavy sound and then disappeared quietly. The hall in front of them became a closed hall. There were only the two of them and the huge mass of black light in front of them. Chapter 1446. It was a huge, spherical space. Along the walls of the space, there were many stone, pillar-like things embedded in the walls. Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian walked in from between two of the pillars. Energy so dense that it became solid fell from the ceiling of the space, flowing diagonally along the walls. Then it drilled into the pillars and turned back into energy, emitting a dim light. At the center of the ceiling of the hall, there was a large cloud of black energy mist. That cloud of mist was about 1,000 to 2,000 meters long. At its core, there was a crimson core in the shape of a cracked planet. That core was surging, and the layer of cloud-like energy on the outside was also surging. This thing occupied half the volume of the hall with its imposing manner. It was also constantly surging like a cloud. Every time that crimson core flashed violently, the energy of the space would tremble because of it. Dao Heaven looked at the cloud of energy in shock. What is that? Jing Yuanji cautiously walked forward and looked up at the boiling cloud of energy, her pretty face solemn. That should be the core of this consciousness maze. But that's not all. I also feel very, very, very rich divinity, laws, and quasi-divine power from it. And all of them are the opposite of order. It's definitely very high on the non-order ladder. Order, non-order, what are you talking about, big sister? Dao Heaven scratched his head. Didn't I tell you this before? Jing Yuanji looked at Dao Heaven in shock, and could not help but frown when she saw Dao Heaven's blank face. It seemed that it was because of the cognitive barrier again. Even Dao Heaven, who was heavily protected in Lord Feng's soul. It seemed that Lord Feng and the others would run into a lot of trouble outside. If that was the case, they could not delay any longer. Let's not talk about that for now. This cloud of energy is the core of the consciousness maze. As long as we destroy it, we can return to the real world. Dao Heaven looked at his blue-haired big sister's solemn face and did not suspect anything. He looked up at the big thing with her. But how do we destroy it? We are only a consciousness here, and big sister, you only have half a soul. Jing Yuanji. That's a problem. Then both of them were silent. They stood there and looked at each other in silence. This huge space did not seem to be completely separated from the space they were in just now. They could still feel a faint tremor. It was as if they had just scurried away in an alley in an earthquake. Now, they had just found a relatively safe place. The earthquake was isolated, but there were still 1 or 2 tremors that were strong enough to reach them. Jing Yuanji stood there in a daze for half an hour, and Dao Tian circled the space for half an hour as well. The two racked their brains, but could not come up with a solution. With just 2 consciousnesses here, what kind of destructive power could they create? It was unrealistic to use the scene to make it self-destruct. Big sister, do you have a solution? Dao Heavens, of course. Dao Heavens, of course, she had no clue. Dao Heavens, big sister. There is a way. Dao Heaven was stunned. He saw some hope and hope on Jing Yuanji's face. She seemed to have entrusted her hope to someone, and it was someone she trusted. That could only be her big brother, but her big brother was far away from them. How could he help them? Seeing Dao Heaven's shocked and puzzled expression, Jing Yuanji's hand seals changed slowly, and she said softly, "Consciousness does not have much power, but our main life form is in the form of energy, and I still have half of my soul here. For an energy life form, only with the senses and consciousness can we weave a self, and the existence of a self is equivalent to the core of this consciousness maze. The core comes first, and then the body. Master Feng once wrote about an attack that can be launched as long as one has consciousness and soul. However, it can only be launched by an energy life form. It's a trump card among trump cards. Even in a life or death situation, one must use it with caution. Is the price very high? No, you need to be extremely focused. It's like you need to focus your entire body's attention and then pay attention to the minute movements of a person's face in a world, a galaxy, or a star across the void. You don't have that much time to slowly focus in a moment of life and death. Dao Heaven, what kind of unorthodox move is this? After Jing Yuanji finished speaking, she didn't speak again. She opened her eyes wide and concentrated on drawing a very strange rune, stroke by stroke. It was a rune composed of soul power and consciousness. It took her a full 10 minutes to breathe a sigh of relief. Dao Heaven couldn't help but lean over to take a look. When she sensed the weak energy coming from the rune, a drop of sweat appeared on her pretty face. Big sister, can this little bit of energy really destroy the core? She looked up at the rolling black cloud. If the two balls of energy collided, Jing Yuanji's ball of energy would probably be annihilated in an instant. This is just a primer. It's used to detonate the target's energy. It's a powerful attack on the level of laws. Jing Yuanji's right hand grabbed the transparent rune and her long, shapely eyebrows slightly furrowed. I'm just worried that the core of the labyrinth has a special law defense that can block this level of destructive attack. If that's the case, then it really won't. Boom, boom! A dull rumble came from the distance again. Jing Yuanji and Dao Heaven were both startled. The stability of the space had dropped again. This time, they could clearly feel a sense of urgency. The master of the labyrinth was urgently extracting all the energy in the space. Although he didn't know what was happening outside, to be able to force the creator of the labyrinth to draw out the energy of the labyrinth, it could only be that Lord Maple and Lord Hui were doing something outside. Perhaps it was because of this that the demonic shadow didn't notice two ants entering the core of the labyrinth. Soul Thorn, go! Jing Yuanji shook her head and concentrated. Her right hand gripped the soul rune tightly, and then she flicked it toward the huge black cloud above. Without making any noise, it drilled into the cloud, and the energy contained in it suddenly boiled. It was as if a small flame had rushed into the sun without causing any ripples. There was only a strange silence in the space. Dao Heaven had been imagining the scene of an earth-shattering explosion in his mind. However, after waiting for a long time, the energy cloud was still calm. Jing Yuanji could already feel the energy boiling and taking effect, but there was no sign of anything happening. This made her a little stunned. Is there really a law defense? I'll go take a look, Dao Heaven muttered. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but sigh. She gritted her teeth, thinking that the soul rune had failed. Just as she was about to try again, her expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly pressed down Dao Heaven, who was about to jump up, and threw him to the ground. Be careful! The moment he shouted, the energy lines connected to the walls of the hall suddenly turned grayish-white, as if they had been petrified. The grayish color quickly spread toward the core. Then, the energy that had been quiet for several minutes was suddenly covered by a layer of gray. The energy inside was very restless and violent. A low, muffled sound suddenly rang out in their minds. Dao Heaven, who had been looking up curiously, hurriedly covered her head. However, the moment she lowered her head, she saw a dazzling energy suddenly erupt. The dazzling light rapidly approached the two of them, stunning her for a moment. Eula, 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 watch me. Send you flying. Huey's hair was disheveled. He held two giant shields that were like city walls and waved them with all his might. He fiercely blocked every attack that came at him, as if he was dancing. The space was filled with afterimages left behind by him waving the giant shields. The light of the two guardian shields had already dimmed by half. He was only relying on his own momentum to hold on. In front of him, there was a vast and endless attack that was like a void smashing down on him. Energy blasts, giant palm prints, smelly feet, and thousands of moves from various worlds. They greeted his face as if they were free. The shield and shield were actually no different from his face. Phone, don't worry about me. Beat him up. Ah, I can hold on. I can still hold on. I can still hold on. Huey's shield was smashed into pieces. The mixed impact of the dark energy and void energy that rushed over like a solid pillar smashed the shield into pieces. The energy blasts were also successfully pushed back the way they came. The huge explosion of energy swallowed up the countless energy behind it. Bang! The huge explosion of dark energy shook Huey's absolute defense. His other hand trembled violently due to the feedback, and the guardian shield fell out of his hand. He roared and waved his hands to block it. He waved his fists from a distance. He used the guardian shield to hammer away the energy blast time and time again, or he used the shield to take the attacks head on. I can hold on. I can still hold on. Phone, save me. I really can't hold on any longer. Yun Nuashing's eyes, which were flashing with a crazy look, suddenly turned to the side. She saw Hui integrating his body into the shield and using his face to block the hundreds of billions of attacks that came at him every second. Looking at his sorry state, she also gritted her teeth and turned her head to the side, no longer paying attention to him. The energy blasts from her attacks became more and more violent and vast. Every second and every moment, the energy of the entire void region smashed onto the demon's face. 97 million times the power. Is it still not enough? Yun Nuashing let out the craziest roar from the bottom of her heart. Should she bet everything on it? At this moment, your weak souls of order can't withstand a battle of this level. The demon's indifferent voice reverberated in the space, but to the two of them it sounded like a taunt. Obediently surrender. F*CKU. $. Hui opened his mouth and swore in the realm of the gods. His eyes emitted a sacred golden light, and a sacred rune appeared in front of his forehead. The moment it appeared, it ignited with golden flames. He roared and punched away the energy that was as heavy as a large world. He waved his hands and condensed two shields that were as huge as planets. Countless golden swords surrounded the shields. I've used countless taunts in my life, but I don't take taunts. Phone, don't worry about me. Worst comes to worst. I'll wait for you on the path of reincarnation. The roar from the soul caused Yun Nuashing's dark red eyes to turn completely red and black. The veins on his beautiful face bulged, and his expression was ferocious. He let out a crazy roar that sounded like a peerless demon. All of the energy seals on his body shone with an unstoppable light. The origin seal was also ignited by his crazy activation. The nether void sword appeared in front of him, and in an instant, it shattered into neat cubes and merged into his body. 100 million! Yun Nuashing roared crazily, and the endless formations behind him became thicker again. Furthermore, the new formations that appeared this time were formations that were drawn into another god's generation's language. Groups of formations stacked together without any hindrance or restriction, breaking all the restrictions of the rules, and the power of the formations also skyrocketed without any limit. All of the colors of the energy were replaced with a dark red color. It was as if the light of creation was constantly flashing and exploding in this crazy and chaotic space. This chaotic space seemed so calm under his crazy outburst. Yun Nuashing waved his hands and slapped them together. 200 million, 70 million times. Soul-burning technique. Devour this soul for me. The scarlet rune merged with the origin seal, and the powerful soul that had endured countless years of time was ignited by the scarlet rune. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Give me more. Give me more. The body had already lost its physical state, and it became an illusory shadow that floated in the same place. Endless rainbow energy bloomed from its body, and it wanted to tear apart the chaos in this space. Yun Nuashing did not care about the cost, and used all of the methods that he could reach. 400 million times. Burn until nothing is left. This sudden movement caused Yun Nuashing to feel a piercing pain and a shattering feeling from the depths of his soul. His crazed expression suddenly froze, and he was confused for a moment. However, a moment later, he was covered by an even more violent light. The origin imprint on his hand lit up with a dazzling light. In the space behind him, a huge blue array formation that was visible to the naked eye appeared with a rumbling sound. It was stacked on top of the array formation that was almost 10,000 feet thick. Then, a group of green array formations, a group of red array formations. He used the origin energy separately, and each type of origin energy weaved a group of array formations. Finally, he merged them together, avoiding the sense of disharmony caused by mixing them in a group of array formations. However, the burden on him was too great. He did not know if the demonic shadow was mocking him, but he knew that his weak soul could not withstand this degree of burning and self-destruction. 800 million times. The energy output that was close to the limit caused the 6 divine halos behind him to be filled with cracks, and they trembled constantly, as if they were afraid of him. The strength of the energy was still increasing without restraint, and the wail of the space was already ringing in everyone's ears. The energy was definitely comparable to the attack of the primeval god of the beginning, or even stronger. But why aren't you hurt? Why aren't you hurt? You go to hell. Yun Nuashing's furious roar caused Huey's expression to tremble. He fiercely bit his lips and forced himself to not think about that problem. He only watched as the primordial realm's collapse continued to fluctuate in front of his eyes. His heart also slowly sank. Up till this point in the battle, that demon shadow was not injured at all. Maple's power had definitely reached the primeval realm. Could it be that the other party was a middle or high-level existence of the origin energy? Then why didn't it just come over and tear them apart? Judging from the energy it was releasing, it did not seem to be of that level. Maple, Hui smiled bitterly in his heart. His hands were already frozen, and he could not move them anymore. His energy body collapsed a few minutes later than Maple did, and what was left was only an illusory figure, and it was gradually fading. I may not be able to hold on. Wait a moment, I'll see you later. In Yun Nuashing's soul, the little angel, and Qin Yu were also burning their own soul energy, and all of it was transferred to Yun Nuashing, sharing a part of the damage that was getting more and more serious. Their bodies were occupied by many colorful runes and divine patterns, which were their own power. He had never thought of borrowing their power. The purple ball that had been jumping around Siyu and Feng Qing Huang suddenly stopped. It made a gesture as if it was thinking, like a naughty child who had suddenly calmed down and was thinking about something. After a while, it jumped down from Siyu, drew a line in the air, and dove into the arms of the little angel. The colorful divine patterns instantly climbed up its small body. The purple and gold light that suddenly appeared in the depths of Yun Nuashing's soul made his eyes, which were at the edge of madness, suddenly clear up for a moment. He lowered his head and pressed his hand on his chest. A kind of energy suddenly appeared in his heart. It was not as strong as the origin energy, nor was it standing at the peak of order, but it was not far from it. This energy was like a bridge, and it made the fragmented energy in his body suddenly merge perfectly. Even the origin energy was no exception. The array formation that had grown to a width of 2 to 3,000 meters suddenly trembled, and colors began to flow between them. In just a few breaths of time, the tens of trillions of array formations had all fused into a single flowing color, and all the energy had fused into one. Little purple soul, Yun Nuashing instantly understood what was happening in his body. He pressed his hand on his chest, and for a moment he felt extremely conflicted. After a while, he took a deep breath, and all the colors on his body merged into one. There were even more colors that were scrambling to jump into the big vat of dye, making the already beautiful colors even more gorgeous. He reached out his right hand and pressed on the space in front of him. This is the most perfect moment that I can achieve at this moment. The demonic shadow's body that was sitting up suddenly slowly stood up from the throne. It waved its hand gently, and the vast energy that was pouring down from the void all collapsed on the spot. The endless energy that was pouring in could not get close to it. Even though it was separated by the gorgeous scene of void explosion, it could still see the changes on Yun Nuashing's body. That energy, it's them, it's them, it's them. That's right, that's the energy of the origin order. That's the energy of the beginning of the elemental realm. The peak and beginning of order. I'll give it everything I have. 6 billion times the energy. Be buried in this void for me. The 6 divine halos behind Yun Nuashing collapsed, and he let out a final roar. The magic circle behind him also collapsed in the flow of energy that was so huge that it exceeded its limit. All the energy was compressed and condensed into one final blow, and it exploded with a loud bang. That was a power that was enough to penetrate 8 elemental realms. At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly trembled violently, and huge cracks instantly penetrated the entire space in sight. Countless sounds of collapse and destruction echoed in their ears, and the 3 of them were stunned. The demonic shadow even raised its head in surprise. It seems that I've lost. 2 little ants took advantage of the loophole. It contains all the energy of order. It seems that I won't be able to see it again. The entire space exploded, and everything in front of them turned into bubbles and quickly disintegrated into ashes. Like the yellow sand of time, everything dissipated with the wind, and the entire space disappeared together with it. Bang! There was a sound that sounded like someone was hit by a stick, and the sound of space collapsing sounded in their minds. Yun Nuashing and the others suddenly widened their eyes, and a light that came out of nowhere fell into their eyes. In front of them was a huge spiral staircase, and in the space beside them a huge black transparent sphere was suspended in the air, motionless. The shining starlight inside it represented a huge, light cluster of worlds. You guys finally came back to your senses. A voice made Yun Nuashing, Hui, and young Master Shin turn their heads abruptly. They saw Yao Guang suddenly let out a sigh of relief and grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm, shaking it continuously. You guys have been in a daze for 4 hours. I talked to you guys, and you guys didn't react at all when I touched you. I thought you guys were silent. You almost scared me to death. Yun Nuashing and the others. What happened just now was just an illusion. Or was it in another space of consciousness? Yun Nuashing checked the condition of his body. There was no backlash, but the girls in the spiritual world were so tired that they were paralyzed on the ground. However, they were in excellent condition. It seemed that it wasn't all an illusion. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the deepest part of the hall. A black throne appeared in his sight, and at the same time, a black demonic figure sitting on the throne appeared. However, this time there were floating clusters of light in the space beside the figure. The clusters of light were all figures who had lost their life force. They were the high-tier, heavenly gods of origin. Illusion, but it's also real enough, Lord Feng. I told you that the soul and perception are the key. Jing Yuanji's voice suddenly rang in his ears. A warm wind blew past his ears, and Yun Nuashing's body went numb. His hands trembled, and he almost threw her to the ground.